Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Liz. Hi, Liz. Hi, Liz. Hi. How's it going, little skull buggy? It's going good. Oh. There it is. There's the confetti. I have the... There we go. Hi. Did I scare you? No, no, no. I am not scared. I can't be scared. I can never be scared. And you're all wooing in my chat? Might I point you towards the sign? We have a sign for that. There's... Alright, but... Oh, apple. Nom. Nom. Nom nom nom. Alright, let's get this show on the road. There we go. Where the AWU penalty? Oh, I think I might have disabled the yeah, the payment redeem. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll give you a slide. I'll give you a pass. you can AWU. It's about time we legalized AWUs in this chat. Howling is an acceptable activity. How do I switch from here to here? Oh, there we go. I'm trying a new technique today, trying to see if... Yes, okay. I want to have the react... Oh, you can kind of see like a double of me. I want to have the reactable, or like the swishing tail, while also having me still there, but I'm like not perfectly synced up. Almost there though. Whoa, it's kind of freaky. I have like a 2D effect. I'll keep it for now. Although it looks like I have 4 ears. What this game? This is Voices of the Void. So from my understanding, we are in charge of a satellite station. And our job is to analyze signals that we get from space. And then at the same time, spooky shit's gonna happen. And I'm gonna get spooked and I'm gonna get scared. And I'm kinda not looking forward to it. But, you know, it's alright. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna bump up some of these FOVs. Will you scare? I might scare. There's a possibility of me scaring. I am a little worried over... Tell you what, we'll bump up some of these graphics. We can have some graphics. We're allowed graphics. Shadows, distance, motion blur, upscale, sure. Screen resolution. Why can't I bump you up? Look at these graphics. Whoa. Oh, whoa. The rainbow effect looks so weird. Oh, it doesn't affect my tail. That's so cool. Okay. I'm gonna swap back to the to the original layout. It's like you have 2 heads. It is like I have 2 heads. I believe it is this one that I use. Whoa! There it is. And now I disable this one. There we go. One of these days I'm gonna figure out how I can get the swishy tail, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen in my lifetime. I've tried. It's incompatible with the software that I use for redeems, and it's a bit of a pain that I can't keep that. It's also a bit of a pain that this is so small. Is this just the menu? I'm gonna assume this is just the menu. All right. Tutorial level. You learn the basic mechanics before starting the game. Keep in mind, this is just the basics, and the game has way more features you have to explore for yourself. Other game modes will be unlocked after you play the tutorial. All right, let's do the tutorial. Open the Voice of the Void. In this tutorial, you'll learn 3 basic knowledge about the game, mechanics, controls, interactions, gameplay loop. Walk through the floating icons, instructions their controls, mechanics, using equipment, other important information, proceed through doors, step 1. Okay. Same here, this FOV is kind of weird. Is it because I made it weird? What's the max FOV? Oh my god, that's way too high. No. Oh, we'll do 110. Is that good? Do I want 110 or do I want 120? I'll stick with 110 for now. Basic controls. Walk, interact, jump, space, crouch. This is a Source Engine game, I can tell from the sounds. Zoom. Mouse wheel. Tab for inventory. Oh. Alt E, use quick action. E Alt, collect. ER, hold. While holding an object, Alt left mouse to throw. Alt. Wait. Oh. Throw. How do I throw? Alt left mouse. And then right mouse to use. Oh, I can eat with this. Yeah, so there's like food. I have to like maintain myself. Okay. This I was aware of. These controls I feel like I'm gonna forget. Alt E to collect. But if I just hit E. Oh, okay. Play around with some props alternately. Use mouse wheel or other numbers. Use other number keys while looking at an object to select action, then press E for heavier objects. Use E or grab or Shift E to push pull. Shift E. This cabinet is too heavy. To use an object, a select bar, press the 1 to 9 key. This item is desired. Twice to hold the item. Items added to inventory will be placed in place of the selected item. Bonus movement tip. Classic gamer crouch jump. I know how to crouch jump. I've played Team Fortress 2. I will collect hamburger. Can I drink the beer? I didn't mean to throw the beer, fuck! Oh. Stage 2, interactions. You will learn how to use your inventory and object interactions. Crowbar. Hold. Oh. When wielding certain numbers such as tools, they can be used while being held. For example, pressing right mouse, left mouse. Example, pressing left mouse while holding the crowbar allows it to be swung as a weapon or use fire extinguisher. Okay. food and stamina. Your food and stamina will be shown in the bottom left of the screen and will drain over time. Food can be refilled by consuming food items. Can be restored via sleeping. Certain food items also restore stamina as well. Food info. A varied diet is necessary to prevent boredom and maximize food gain. In addition, food is best kept fresh in the fridge to prevent spoiling and more nutritious when heated up. Okay. Hi, Noi. Hi, Noi. Hi. Hi. Notices you. Inventory. Tab opens inventory, collect object, look at desired items, select collect option, then press E. Alternatively, select grab and use the Alt hotkey. Use items from your inventory by selecting the action keys on the left of the menu or by using the highlighted number keys. I can't grab this because I already am holding something, I'm guessing. How do I... collect. I can't collect. If I hit grab... Oh, grab literally drags. Okay. So that's the difference between grab and hold. Okay. I would like to collect the cactus. Eat. What the fuck is this? Equip? What did I just put on? Okay. Action keys. Put stores item in a selected container from your inventory. And drops an item from inventory. Place deposits item on surface. Info gives information on items weight, description, etc. Hold equips item in your hand. Equip. Certain items can be equipped on your person by selecting this option. To unequip, select the equipment button on the top left of the inventory. Oh, that helps. Tinfoil hat. Love it. Batteries. Use mouse wheel to select use action. Sample. Using a battery swaps the battery in your flashlight. Additional flashlight info. You will see a special button in your inventory. Discharge FL. Press this button to empty your flashlight in case you need to replace the rechargeable battery. Okay. To use an item on object, hold the item, target the object, and press left mouse button. Example, refueling the ATV with a fuel can. With a fuel can, look at the fuel tank in front and use left mouse button. Okay. Can I collect this? No. Can I grab it? I can't. Box. This is a drive box used to sell drives and collect points. Open the lid, place the drives inside, close the lid, place the box on the delivery zone, and call the drone. Okay. This is an item box used to sell unwanted items. Store the items inside the box, place the delivery zone, and call the drone. This is the drone control panel. Use this control panel to call the drone. It will arrive shortly and pick up the drive box or item box. Oh. Okay. Destroy the crates. Okay. What is this? You can practice putting drives in the drive. Oh, look at that. Okay. Collect drive. Open. Oh, I should probably have the drive like out. Oh, there we go. Oh. How do I close it? close box. Wait. But oh, do I have the lid in my? I have the lid in my inventory. Oh, I see. Can I just? Fuck. Okay. Grab. All right, it's in there. Grab. Oh, okay. I have to do it with grab. Okay. I'm gonna be throwing shit on the floor a lot. All right, with a crowbar. Ready? Oh! Choose. I pick red. I can't. There we go. Oh, okay. Now we get to learn how to use this. This is your computer table. It has 4 main terminals you will use to gather, download, process, and listen to signals. Try to get a signal by following the directions given by the hint nodes. They are marked sequentially, step by step. Okay. Gather, download, process, and listen. Oh boy. This is a lot to take in. Okay. Where's step 1? Step 1, okay. Coordinate panel. Use WASD keys to move the cursor. Shift runs a scan and okay. Shift runs a scan and gives directions to various signals detected. Press enter on a found signal to ping. If successful, proceed to the downloads panel. This is the downloads, this is playback, this is processing, this is coordinate, okay. Wait, didn't I have use a computer to purchase upgrades and items from the store as well as other functions such as monitor cameras, check photos and emails, etc. Detailed information about upgrades can be found in the help section of the menu. Okay. Didn't they say there was a coordinate already? No, okay. Not really sure what I'm looking for. Should we just hit a random one? That's it. Shift runs a scan and gives directions. Shift. Okay, and then enter for... Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Ping successful. Alright, now we go to downloads. Step 2, downloading. To download a locked signal, adjust the polarity and frequency values by toggling the filters, the 2 glowing buttons. Rotate the polarity filter by holding E on the center dials and moving the mouse wheel. Adjust the polarity mode by using the knob to the left. This is so much to take in. If the toggles on the dial... What is that? Is that a planet? What's a planet? Cool. To download a locked signal, adjust the polarity and frequency values by toggling the filters. Okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna fuck this up. There's no way I'm not fucking this up. To wait for the signal to be downloaded / detector to process. Okay, so it does it by its own. Using the mouse wheel, adjust the polarity by using the knob to the left. Is it this one? $15,100. Can I get rid of this fucking crowbar? Hang on, I'm I'm a little confused here. To download a locked signal, adjust the polarity and frequency values by toggling the filters, the two glowing buttons. Rotate the polarity filter by holding E on the center dials and using the mouse wheel. Okay. Ah, okay. Polarity is moving. Let's move frequency. Just a little bit. Filter offset. Offset speed, output data. Detector status downloaded. Efficiency, energy consumption. Oh, I see. Okay. I need to rotate it back the other way. How do I get you to stop? I just need to keep scanning it until it hits like a higher percentage on output data, I'm guessing. Yeah, when it's on top left, it moves a lot. Alright, now we're at 95. 97. Alright, that's good output data. Is that that's what we want, right? Rotate the polarity filter by holding E on the center dials. Using the mouse wheel, adjust the polarity mode by using the knob to the left. Polarity mode. That's different. Okay. To the left of the toggles, if the signal cannot be located, the frequency filter is not affected by polarity mode. I should take. I feel like I need to take notes. I actually feel like I need to take notes. I'm gonna forget this. Excuse me. Do you have a pen? I don't have a pen. At least not near me. Do I really not have a pen on my desk? I mean, I have a pen, but I have a different kind of pen. If you know what I mean. Shit, I'm gonna have to use. I'm gonna have to use my notes app. All right, that's fine. Well, output data is at 100%. How does output? Just polarity. Okay. Let's do frequency now. frequency filter is not affected by polarity mode. Wait for the signal to be downloaded detector to process. Okay. Oh. I see. Okay. Stop moving. Maybe I shouldn't be doing 100. 100 might be too much. And that is just not moving. Change polarity. Oh, it's moving. How do I move you more? Yes. Yes. Stop. No! Go back! Fuck. Alright, it's downloading slowly. We're getting the hang of this. Okay. Can I increase this? Wait, what is this? Delete signal. Oh no, let's not do that. Come on. Hang on. Panel FOV, default FOV. Bring this to 120. I do actually need to see slightly more around me. Yeah, now I can see the output data while I turn the knobs. Why are you not moving? Come on. What am I doing wrong? I'm on frequency. Let's do 100. Right? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. It's the degrees. It's the degree that it's on. If I up the degree by 100 and then pause it, it maximizes around like a little earlier than that. Should we just keep it here? I want to try and go for a higher output data percentage. It's moving. No, I want to go higher. It's going down. Okay, we need to go down. Oh, now it's not moving. Why? Hello? I don't like that. Oh, no, it's going down. 82, 85. Ah, good enough. Good enough. I'm so sorry, I just cleared my throat right in the mic. Alright, look, it's downloading. How do I zoom in? X, right? Yeah! Alright, it's downloaded. Save signal. Playback panel. Save signals are listed here. Use the yellow button on the right to listen to a signal and adjust volume. Okay. Import. Oh my god. Purple button saves the signal to your computer. Scroll through the signal list using E plus mouse wheel. That's a horrible sound. What's this say? Module not found. To save signal, scroll. Use the yellow button on the right to listen to the signal and adjust volume. This doesn't adjust volume. Oh, that adjusts volume. Let's go ahead and lower that. Because that shit is loud. Purple button saves the signal to your computer. Scroll through this signal list by using E plus mouse wheel. I've only got one. Visualization toggle requires upgrade. When finished, slot the drive into the drive slot and press the import export button. Drives can be either sold or processed further at the processing panel. How do I process this further? This is the processing panel. Okay. Do I need a drive? Do I need other empty drives? Oh. Export. Okay. Processing panel. Plug the drive in with signal data and press import export to upload the data. So where's the fucking... Oh. There we go. Right, okay. Then the green button to finish the decoding process. Once finished, press the button again to process another level, max 3. Upgrading your computer level using the computer will allow you to process signals to higher level, affecting daily tasks and increasing income. Okay, so higher level processed signals are worth more. How do I process? That's cool. That's really cool. I have a frog in my throat. Hold on. I have like a cough lozenge. I'm sorry. I'm like a little sick. This is really cool though. I really like this. I'm gonna leave it processed once for now, just to get past the tutorial. Otherwise, I would try to upgrade this to max. Terminate. Do I have to upgrade to max? I think I have to. This thing takes forever. These the upgrades. Transformer stability processing level. Download speed. Filter size, server stability, processing speed, ping size, ping speed, sensor speed. Oh, wait, is this like Star Trek? I can turn things off when I need them and when I don't need them? Oh. Wait, so I'm using the processor right now, so if I up the processor... Wait, no, because this is for upgrades. I'm not entirely sure how this works. I have a full... Can I collect this? Okay, how do I get out of here? I don't like that. I have to maintain the servers. I love it here. Solve a math mini game. To fix a broken server, if the answer is more than 10, simply remove the tens column. Example, 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 minus 1 equals -1. 8 plus 8 equals 18. Thankfully, no one's here to chase you with an axe if you get it wrong. Servers will break down over time, requiring maintenance. 2 types of servers. Okay. 2 types of servers are base servers. These servers will affect your signal processing speed. Satellite servers. These servers will affect your signal download speed. Fixing a server will require solving several simple math problems and reward you, but and reward you 5 points on a successful repair. This bonus does not apply to helpers fixing the server. Huh? Wait. What do I? How do I? 8 plus 6. 14? Huh? Wait. If the answer is more than 10, simply remove the 10th column. Okay. Solve the method. This shit all over the place, bro. If the answer is more than 10, simply remove the 10th column. Oh, okay. I hate that I'm timed. Why am I timed? 7 plus 9. This isn't fair. I feel like I'm being judged. 16. So just be a 6, right? 2 minus 5, negative 3. So 3. 1 plus 3 and 4. 7 minus 3. 4. This would be 9. This would be 6. No, wait. No, wait. I fucked up. I read that as 8 minus 2. Can I change this? I can't change it. Fuck. I have to restart. Wait. Can I see what these look like? No. Okay. 8. So 2 plus 6 is 8. This would be 0. 11. 2 plus 4, 6. This would be 8. 5 minus 2, this would be 3. 8 minus 0, 8. Oh, I did it. Okay. I see how it is. I got really confused with the whole remove the tenths thing. I didn't really understand that. But I get it now. Fuck. Oh, dude, I'm so bad at math. Negative 3. You're gonna see how bad. You're gonna see how bad this shit gets. This is gonna get really bad. No, did I not do it right? Okay. 13. Right? No. 12. Let's be 12 again. Let's be 3. 4 minus 2. It's 2. Let's be 4. Fuck. This is 17. It's 11. 4. I did it! Let's go! Alright. Console. Using the console, you can perform different commands like pinging antenna servers, checking satellite calibration, compass targeting. Holy shit. Satellite calibration. Compass targeting, etc. You can find a list of commands on the right of the top of the console screen. What do we got? Pings the servers. Set compass target. Target reset. Right satellite calibration. Calibrate satellite. Calibrate all satellites. Print satellite hash code. Let's do sd.cal all. Okay. tw.check. Okay. sv.hash. Cannot access the satellite. Why? Because I'm not connected. Am I not connected? I don't think I'm connected. Are we done? Keep going. Ooh, a generator. Transformers keep the base powered. I'm so sorry. Transformers keep the base powered. You will need to be monitored, and will need to be monitored when one of the transformers reaches 0. Power will be cut off from the base, and the transformer will require maintenance. To fix the transformer, simply press the big red button. Transformers can be reset even while active. But really, is that all it takes? Congratulations, you've completed Voice of the Void tutorial and you are ready to begin your excitement. Remember, there are many more gameplay elements to discover, far too many for a single tutorial. Have fun, jump into the whole completed tutorial. Okay. Quit. Okay. Menu. Oh boy. Start game. Oh fuck, excuse me, Jesus Christ. Story mode. Story mode has the most content the game has to offer. Storyline events, random events, places, and more. Default game mode. Infinite mode. Infinite mode has no story related events, but has random events, signals, and special places. Ambience mode, just like infinite mode, but random events and special places are disabled, and has no scary signals as well. Just scan the space and profit on signals and nothing else. We'll do story. I am interested in the other ones though. Create new. Start day. Enter slot name. Street. Okay. This is mine. I'll just hang on to this. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just gonna start off our new job. New job. Just gotta make it to the facility. Good old facility. Gate, base, and whiskey. I will explore whiskey later. For now, we go to the base. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I don't know what the fuck that sound was. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I don't trust like that. This is nice. Is this home base? HQ. Juliet, India. Hotel Whiskey. Okay. Yeah, this is the base. Hello? I don't like the mannequins. The mannequins are gonna leave. I'm going to evict the mannequins personally. Oh. That's cool. It's our computer room. This place is a mess. Lounge. Storage. Lockers. Yo! It's Wug instead of Mug. I like the mascot. I fucks with it. Yo. What's upstairs? Oh, there's a downstairs. This is my bedroom. Do I not have a bedroom? Hate that. Kitchen and bedroom. Oh, this place sucks. Why is there a burger on the fucking... I want to clean this place, but I feel like it's going to be a massive waste of time for me to just start cleaning. Because aren't I timed? Why is this here? I can't close it. Close. Whatever. What do we have in here? Used to view contents. What have we got? Toilet paper roll. A plush battery. MRE. Certificate. Okay. We can keep these in here for now. Is there a trash bag anywhere? The real question is, what's balcony? Can't open. Need a crowbar. Okay. Nothing. Am I timed here? I'm sorry if I keep fucking clearing my throat. I'm actually... It pisses me off too, don't worry. For God's sakes. That's so much better. um... What is that sound? Day 1, Monday. Oh. What's the time? Oh, it's the drive box. Okay. Right? I can write stuff? Oh. I can literally write stuff. I'll hang on to this. Hang on to this too. Alright, who's out here? And why is this room fucking empty? Why are there no lights in the hallway? Oh. Should have done this from the start. I'm gonna go through power though. This just means I need to enter the password. Tell me I can lock this. Oh, front light. Where's this fucking trash can, man? More importantly, where the fuck's the light for the hallway? Oh! This leads up. Saved. I need the password. That's for the drone. What are the odds? Oh, beginner's guide to recycling. Perfect. You have too much garbage in your house? Want to compress it so you don't take up too much space? Recycle it in your trash for more compact form. The following pages will teach you how to compress trash into something more usable. It's very easy to learn more. Check the next page and let's recycle together. Wooden trash, wooden scrap, 2 large wooden gibs. Plastic trash, plastic scrap, 6 plastic trash, bottles, gibs, bags. Paper trash, paper scrap, paper trash, books, metal scrap. More coming soon. Okay. Not entirely helpful. Is there a trash compactor? Fire extinguisher. Wait, actually? No, I don't like this. I don't like this. I definitely don't like this. Playing coordinates download. Have to restart breaker boxes, don't I? Why? But why? Tools to break Are you serious? That even work. I hate it here. Okay, now I have to leave that open. Perfect. Fuck. This place sucks. What is this? I hate that. Why do we have a meat freezer? Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, that's way better. Somewhat. Not entirely. Wow, this place sucks. I'm guessing I can't open this without a crowbar. Right. Yep. Why is there shit on the ceiling? Utility closet. If there were to be things here, it would be helpful. Or not. It's a broom. Break room, garage. I actually, I want to know where the light switch is for the hallway. I don't believe that this hallway just doesn't have a light switch. Oh, are these all the satellites? Fuck. This place is so nasty, bro. Holy shit. What is this? Drive port. Alpine signal observation. Ah, yes. Console. And a bunch of servers. Bunch of trash, too. Wait, what's that? Oh, fire extinguisher. Still? No. Light switch. Nope, nothing. Scream into the void till it screams back. That's the plan, my dude. The void will always be there to hear my screams. Oh fuck, my flashlight just died. God damn it. Into the hallway where I can't see a damn thing. There's a lovely quote above the main room window, though. Is it this one? Cosmic gulfs it throws open before your frenzied eyes. I don't know what that means. It's almost 6 a.m. Well, what do we have here? Nothing. I haven't even found the code for the security room. Neither have I found the generator for the, or the, not the generator, the fucking, what's it called? I can't even see what's in there. The breaker. Don't know what the point of this room is either. Am I hungry? What's my food level? Almost. What's... oh, S is sleep. What have we got? Bunch of fucking trash everywhere. At least I have a banana. Can I even shower? No, I'm forever stinky. No, you don't need the flashlight, just use your eyes. No, I need the flashlight. I believe. It's a Lovecraft quote. I never would have figured that out. I don't really know much about Lovecraft. Other than Cthulhu. Wait, what is... oh. Nothing. Wonderful. Wonderful. I am going to take... sure, I'll take the banana for now. Close. We should get a signal processed. Just so we have one. Although I hate this hallway. I can't even charge my shit. Shouldn't there be like backup batteries here? No. You know what I do need again, actually? What's the light switch? There's no light switch in this fucking room. That's so lame. Where was it? Basement. Rocks. I think it's time to open boxes with rocks. Fucking move. Fucking, I hate these things. I hate these things. I hate these things. Should I open this? Should I just start pocketing rocks? I'm just gonna start pocketing rocks. How much? Enough? 6? 6 is good, right? They lied to me. This doesn't open shit. Is it actually like a, is it actually a goof? Am I actually getting goofed on? That's the real question. Take out rock? Can I like charge it? No. Okay. All right, you know what? I can't even open this. All right, well, I just fucked myself. I can't even pick this up, man. Come on. Wonderful. What is this? A hammer? Wait a minute. Come on. Wait. Am I still able to do this with the hammer? Or with the rock? Take out the rock. Oh, I can swing with this. I'm gonna use the hammer. This is not effective. Collect it. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Coal? What the fuck? What do I need coal for? You can break the crates with anything, really. It just takes a long time, unless you have a crowbar or something extremely heavy. Well. Coal. Wonderful. What's over here? Click, click, click. Yep. Oh my god. I didn't... Yeah, you weren't kidding. This shit actually takes forever. Wait, there's nothing even... Oh, there is something down there. Alright, what have we got? Fuck you. There's nothing even here. But what was the point of this? Food? Get a burger, I guess. Achievement. Burger? Burger? um... I think I'm just gonna end up having to fucking spend the first whole whole day opening all these supply boxes because I need a flashlight, battery. I actually have to mute myself in work meetings because I have because mechanical keyboard go clickety clackety. That's why I don't buy mechanical keyboards. I don't understand how it doesn't make people go crazy. I have a nice... I don't even know what I would call this keyboard. What is this? Server repair kit. It's a disc. Instantly repairs any malfunctioning server. Oh! Okay. I got an MRE. Don't know what the coal is for. God, I can go for a burger? Yo, same. I'll be in like Discord calls with people, and I'll like majority of the time I'll just hear their keyboard clicking and clacking, and that like I can hear that. I'm like, dude, all I can hear is your keyboard. You know, it was especially funny when people could. When was it? In Lethal Company. Because in Lethal Company, there's like the dogs where like if you make sounds, they'll kill you. I played with a friend once who had a mechanical keyboard, so whenever they were playing the game, they were just clickety clacking, and the dogs would go after them every time. And then they would be like, "Oh, why are they always coming after me?" I'm like, dude, they're sound sensitive. There's so much coal. What am I going to do with all this coal? What am I going to do with all this trash, man? Am I going to have to really take all the trash one by one outside? Oh, but now it's daytime. I can actually see. What is a dumpster? What is this? Oh, is this a roll of trash bags? Rubber trash. Oh no, it's literally just rubber trash. God damn it. It almost looks like a suppressor. Oh fuck. No. Get this out of me. What's my food looking like? Meet the banana. Hilarious. Where's the burger? Nom nom nom. I haven't actually taken a good look around here. Oh! Password 111. Ah. Oh, that's how. Okay, that's how you lock it. Okay. View contacts. That's actually good to know that I can lock the front door. Here's the real question though. How the fuck do I... What is that? That's a tire. Do I open that room? You can make sure that if a door code is dumb, the admin code is just as dumb. Wait. I can't believe it! You'll love to see it. Use... I need to fucking... Oh, thank God. Alright, we're batteried up. We're batteried up and we have fucking... lights now. God damn it, what a fucking joke. Got a new drive box. First aid kit. Another battery. Alright, this is actually great. These batteries are rechargeable though, aren't they? That's do I have to buy the charging station? To be fair, I did make a mistake and I happened to get the loudest variant of my keyboard because I didn't look into it. Razer's green is loud as they get. Apparently I fucked up. That just sounds like the classic gamer the classic gamer combination of having the Razer keyboard that goes clickety clack very loudly. Oh, it's raining. Okay. Wait, what's that? Repair tools. For all your repairing needs. Alright, I need to see what's over here. What is this, a bunker? Yeah, it's a bunker. Stay up. Oh, it actually goes in! Dude, I'm taking this. I'm taking this. Where to fucking start, man? Where to start? Oh boy. Oh, come on. Is it because this is a different kind of trash? Do I need the broom for this? Alright, that goes in. Did I put these in here? Wait. Can I... Oh, that's empty. I thought I could drink that. Alright, well, we're getting somewhere. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait a minute. Has this been here the whole time? Ew. Fuck. Oh, that pisses me off. That pisses me off that I can't use the fucking trash can. Okay, it's fine. No. Open. Wait, is this empty? Yeah. Empty. What even is this? Hot chocolate? Oh, it's just a cup. No. Why am I sitting? Stop. Get up. I think I just spilled this. Are you kidding me? The cup. The cup. The cup. I just want the fucking cup. Oh, I did spill it. That doesn't go in there. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's an MRE. Is that? That almost looks like Gur from Invader Sim. No, no. Okay, this is something. Out. No, this way, this way. No. Ah. I'm just playing Cleaning Simulator now. Except whoever made this mess is related to Satan. Good Lord. I'm nowhere near the. Should I not even bother? I'm debating not even bothering. I haven't done anything. What is this? What is happening over here? This is awful. This is just awful. Oh great, some of the servers are shutting down. God fucking damn it. Wait, hold on. Nope. Which one's it? Server repair kit. Yeah. No. Hey, it worked. I'm gonna pocket this. Should we just do this? I think we should just do this. How do I pocket something back in my inventory? I guess that works. Interesting that I don't have to use the bathroom. No. Okay. Oh. How do I ping again? Not helpful. Space. Shift. Oh, this cooldown is ridiculous. I already pinged this, didn't I? Oh, too high, too high. Stop, stop, stop. Oh, no. All right, all right. We're getting somewhere, getting somewhere. We're at 42. No, it's moving. It's moving. Dang it. Come on. I lost it. Oh, we're moving. Okay, we're moving, we're moving. It's going. Oh, it's going too fast. Oh, it's at 17. Fuck. Come on. Oh. It's going way too far. It's going way too far. It's going way too far. We gotta bring that thing back down. Okay, so it's okay. Fuck, I gotta look at the degrees. It's at like 150 is when it moves. Oh, come on. I don't know why I struggle with frequency so much. Come on. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, no. The fuck was that? No, 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 no. Go back up, go back up. No, no, no. Too far, too far up, too far up. Oh, for God's sakes. This is, I'm just bad. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see, I see, I see. Ah, okay. Okay. I'm reading this correctly. I wasn't sure of the difference between the degree and the D/S. Oh God, I'm moving way too far. Go back. It's moving too fast. Stop. That's good enough. I think I can keep it there, right? Yeah. All right, now we're downloading. I could try and get it to 99 or to 100. .9, I think is the highest we're gonna get. Oh God, this download speed. Is my server's good? Why are we moving so slowly? What is this? Oh! Cool. Hmm? 680.3. Excuse me? Should I be worried? Should I be worried? Oh, this thing's gonna take a while. Okay. Ba-da. Is there a drive in here? I think I just picked one up, right? Yeah. Okay. That's for when it's ready. Hello? I still have no idea what that is. Looks like a sun. That's very satisfying. It's very satisfying. what is this? This is all trash. All trash. No! Eat? I'm not eating that. What is this? Rubber trash. Wonderful. No. What is this soundtrack, dude? Is something happening? Oh, it moved. 649.4. It's coming closer. Why can't I do anything about that? Why can't I interact with this? Alright. Come on. Oh my god. Welcome to your new job, Mr. Kill. My name is Leia, your main supervisor. You've probably got through the learning period. I'll remind you what your job is and what to do. In short, your job is basically scanning the sky for anomalous signals, and that is your main task. Another task is to process the data of these signals and send us the data stored on analog drives. You will get a reward for each drive, and if you process the signal on further levels, you will get more points. Next task is to look for these big satellite dishes, its servers, and calibration. You can recalibrate satellites remotely through the control panel, but if the satellite's server shuts down, you have to manually fix it. The server is inside the satellites. Alright, I think that is it. The nuclear reactor is not implemented yet, so you don't need to worry about that. Gather the signals, process them, sell the results to us. Look after the satellites, that's it. Wonderful. Hi, hello, I'm Dr. Bo. I'll be responsible for your daily tasks. In short, I'll ask you to do a quick task at the start of every day. First, I will request a specific amount of drives. These can range from level 0 to level 3. I understand your situation, however, I will not request a drive you can't obtain. A second task I will ask you is a simple satellite checkup. Go to the satellite, type in sv/sv.hash into the server, write down the server and number in the note, for example, Bravo, blah blah blah. Once you've done that, attach it to the lid of a dry box, send it off with a drone. I've left a little notebook on the table. You can tear some pages out for the notes. As usual, you will get a nice a nice point bonus if you complete these for me. Have a nice day. sv.hash, okay. Guys, it's so dark in here. What? Why can't I? Huh? Let's do calibrate all satellites. Oh, great. Mike, is it responding? I have to fix Mike. No. Oh shit. Where are the Transformers? Okay, well, we've got Mike pinged. Oh, it's the dead of night, though. And this thing still ain't done. Jesus Christ. We're gonna have to head up to Mike. Can I do that in the time that it takes to do this? I'll have to be really fast about it. First things first. Where in the name of God? What's it gonna do? Fuck. Oh yeah, let's let's drop off stuff in the bedroom. Oh, actually, I need to sleep. I need to eat. I'm not actually looking too hot. Oh, there's a balcony light. Oh, thank God. Yeah. Okay, this is the one time I'm gonna ask for help. Guys, where's the Transformers? What happened to this? Oh my God. Where is my hammer? What the fuck? Oh. Got more coal. Not sure what the coal is for. Why am I... Why am I passing out? Is it because I'm tired? Alright, tell you what. Maybe it's because I'm holding too much. Oh yeah, I'm hallucinating. Sleepy time. When can I sleep? Am I doing something wrong? It won't let me sleep. I'm too tired. Too tired of what? To sleep? To run? Yeah, I'm too tired to run. I keep hallucinating hamburgers. What? Did I just die? Huh? Ah. Hang on. Alright. We can go back into the save. Oh my god. Press escape to pause the game. Pause, help, how to. Oh my god. Help. How to sleep. Why can't I sleep? / autosave / pause. The pause, sleep, and autosaves are disabled during events and near redacted or if they are in your field of vision. Oh, that's because some shit's going down. Oh, that's because there's some shit going down. Oh. Fuck. Uh-oh. Did I lock the front door? God, I hope I did. Sure. Burger. Imaginary. Alright, I have a bunch of MREs. I don't want to eat that. Oh, it's because I'm eating too many MREs. That's right. I need to vary up the food. Ah, shit. Okay, well. Oh, we've got our MREs. Tell you what, we'll eat this chocolate bar. Oh, it even saved me on some sleep. Hold. Oh, I should have microwaved it. Fuck. Get this shit off my counter. This place doesn't just suck. This place sucks. This place super sucks. Oh, there's a battery. Man, I can't move this. Make a trash pile. Fuck it. Nothing else in the cabinets. Nope. Oh, I can sleep. I don't even know what the fuck was happening. Ah. Hate that. Huh? I don't want to sleep. I can sense something. I don't want to leave, man. I'm fucking scared. What? I don't want... Fuck this. What do you mean I can sense something? Who's out there? What is that? I don't trust this. I don't trust like that. I do not trust like that. Okay, well, if I can't sleep, then I'll go to work, I guess. just gonna complete the trash pile so I can have this hallway cleared. Oh yeah, there's some alien shit happening. Yep. We got aliens. We got aliens, alright. I should lock the front door. Okay. No aliens getting in here without my permission. They gotta knock like the rest of us. On the bright side, hallway's done. I think on another downside, oh god damn, this room is still a mess. This should be done, no? No signal. Did it move? Can they move? They did move. Someone moved my frequencies. Why? Why would they do that? Alright, polarity set. Frequency. What are we thinking? -1. Don't do shit. Positive. Oof, way too far. No, not too far. No. Shit. There we go. Okay, we're bringing it back up. All right. We're downloading again. The speed of molasses. We're not even on the right. What are we even downloading? There's nothing in the log. No. Moved farther. Upgrades. Download speed. Do I even have any points? Where does it say my points? Is that this number? Mm-hmm. Interesting. I want to up the download speed. Yeah, we're moving at like, what is that? Like 0.kilobytes. Oh, it's a red giant. That's what that signal is. Okay, let's finish this. Tell you what, we'll server stability, processing speed, ping size, ping speed, sensor speed. No, we'll keep sensor speed. Sensor success rate, detector frequency, radar history. There, we just upped the shit out of our download speed. Alright, it's moving slightly faster. I just want to finish this. Although, we have no signal. Is this... I don't even think that this even works anymore. I might have to fish for a new thing entirely. I haven't even submitted anything. Oh boy. Hello? Hijo. Why? But like why? But like why? But like why? No. Just to make our lives a little easier for cleaning. Alright. There's small bits, but that's fine. We also had a broken one in here, yeah. Mm-hmm. How we doing? Is Mike still okay? Let's do tr.check. Transformer 1 is really low. tw.check. Radio's on. SD dot cal. Oh. Yeah, it's just Mike that's still not on. SV dot target Mike. Alright. Should be daytime now, right? Yeah, it's 7 in the morning. What do you say we go fix up Mike? Tell you what, I think I've been ignoring this entirely. God damn it. This map, I think. Where's Mike? Where's M? Huh? Oh man, I did not mean to do that. Oh, okay. That actually helps a lot. Mike is up there. This is a map. Which letter is Transformer 1? They don't tell me these things. They don't tell me these things. Alright, well either way, that's a lot of fire extinguishers. I need to drop some trash, or not trash, but I need to offload some weight. Oh, no, not drop. Sure. Put a fire extinguisher here. Right, I should probably hang on to that. Hang on to the med kit, MRE, what's that, hammer, server repair kit, server protection kit. What actually is this? Provides about 2 real hours worth of protections against malfunctions. That's so incredibly goated. I'll leave these here. As well as the repair kits. Actually, no, I'm taking the hammer. Yeah, okay. I'll keep the hammer with me. Always good to have a hammer. Alright, let's go to Mike. Is this guy still wandering? Oh, we've got a... Were there always that many? The other one's gone. The far away one is gone. Okay. Should take this with me. And this too. I can't even. Uses 10. Our first excavation. Wait, drive, escape, toggle brake, turbo. Okay. I can't drive while holding an object. Oh. How do I stop holding? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's coming closer. Nope. Which way is Mike? This way. Oh, it's following me. Is this Mike? Hijo de su putísima madre. Are you? I don't like you. It just killed me. Did I just get abducted by aliens? Did I just get abducted by aliens? Chat, where am I? Compass says this way. Great, now I've been separated from the ATV. Okay, so green thing is just an inconvenience. Just an inconvenience. I hope that didn't skip time. What is this? This is Papa. Good lord, where am I? Oh. It's a whole satellite array we actually got going on. Who are you, Golf? You know what the worst part is I don't even get the name of the one that I left the ATV by. Now I don't even know where the ATV is. All I know is it's on the way to Mike. Who are you? Foxtrot. This sucks. What is F1? 50.4. What's the top left say? Or top right, sorry. Is that my health? Am I 50 health? Is that the base? That's the base. Gotta run my way back. Oh, this is the radio tower. Oh. Tell you what, at least now we can check up on our shit. Fucking trash. Hey, download's done. I didn't even download anything. No signal? Wait, what's going on? Great. It's a successful ping, but it's got nothing. Oh! It's just slow. I'm gonna move around again. Okay. You know what it is? It's because I never hit save signal on any of these. That's why none of them are actually saving. Because I'm a fucking clown. Should I have done that for the downloaded? I'm playing the game wrong, man. I'm playing the game wrong. I can already tell. Oof. That went by way too far. Oh. All right, it's downloading. Granted, very fucking slowly. What's going on? Why did the lights just flicker? We're still pinged on mic. Transformer 1 is so low. Alright. Hopefully we don't get fucked this time. It's just trash cans. These have been here the whole time. Nah, man, we need trash bags. I don't think wires are supposed to bend like that. Like... Oh, I'm so hungry. I just realized. God damn it. Oh, I brought food. Alright, better than nothing. How do I put this back? ATV. Wait. Mike. Oh boy. 5 minus 2 is 3. 4 minus 4 is 0. 1 plus 9 is 10. So it's 5 minus 6 is negative 1. 7. 14. 8. 5. Fuck. What's 3 minus 9? Fuck. Oh, for God's sakes. 12. 1. This is 3. This is 3. This is 11. 5. 16. 9. Yes! Let's go. Okay. Mike. Kilo, Lima, Mike, all working. What is this? Oscar. Oh boy. X-ray, Yankees not responding. Okay, that's a problem. Should we just go to Yankee then? While we're here? We already have the ATV. I'm already out, we might as well. Reset compass, calibrate compass. Pings the server. Yes, pings the server. Oh. SV.target Yankee. Server found. And then we just reset or calibrate Yankee after. TR.check. Let's check the transformers. Transformers are almost there. They're still holding up. Still holding up. Radio tower. Radio still on. Okay. We're good. We're good. We gotta make a quick pit stop at Yankee. I think we have access to the entire array now. This is assuming we don't get abducted and probed by aliens. Mm-hmm. 6 minus 1 is 5. 5 minus 6 is -1. 6, 7. -1 is 5. 0. 4. Fuck. 3. -4. Oh. I did it. Alright. SD.cal Yankee. Alright. But now Sierra's not responding. Okay. SV. Target. Sierra. Oh, fuck. Oh! Fuck. Uh-oh. Hell yeah. Ugh. Okay, I believe this is Sierra. Mm-hmm. Fuck, what's 8 plus 8? 16. -6. 12. -14. 6. 12. -7. 1. No? I think I got it wrong. Okay. $14. I have to beat it within the time limit. Oh. I'm never doing this. Okay. Yes. Fuck me. Okay. Please tell me we're functioning. Charlie. God damn it. I just noticed. Oh, okay, never mind. You think maybe that's why our download speeds are so slow, is because all of our satellites are borked? That would be a good explanation. question is, are we ever going to reach a point in time where we are not calibrating satellites and we're actually fucking scanning signals? Man, I haven't submitted, I still haven't submitted anything. Fuck. What the fuck was that? Oh, I'm sleepy. I need to sleep. Alright, no more satellites after this. India, god damn it. Yeah, okay, compass takes me back to base. Check up on the download and then go to bed. I gotta fix up the sheep too, or the ATV, because I fucked this thing up. Too tired to run. Don't need this. $92. Oh my god. On the bright side, our efficiency is actually going really good. We are actually we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh fuck, that's right, the transformer. Oh, did I just... Yep, that's an asteroid. Upgrade auto processing to use. Oh. Why? Oh god, I'm getting dangerously low levels of sleep. Oh, I think it's because I disabled it. Right. Processing level. Oh. All right. Sleepy time. Tomorrow we're fixing Transformers. We have to fix the Transformers. Oh my god, there's something next to me, isn't there? It's the hamburger hallucinations again. Please. I'm gonna save. In case this kills me. Oh my god, please. Oh, this sucks. Do I have to interact with all the hallucinogenic hamburgers? Come on. I know. My dude wants to sleep, but the game won't let me because there's something next to me. What is here? It's nothing even here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is it because I'm too hungry? Oh, that might have been it. Uh-oh. And it's the dead of night. Please wake me up in the day. Oh no, the process. Hate that. I'm sorry? Fuck me. Fuck. At least the doors work. Fuck, microwave's probably not gonna work. Damn it. It's enough to get us going. What in the name of God? Are the power lines bugging out? Fuck. Fuck. No! Wait, how do I don't even know where I'm looking for. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Where's the transformer? Damn it. Only thing I can think of is to follow the power lines. We're doing this blind. Wait. Space. It's taking up my inventory. First aid kit. Oh damn, this thing is heavy. Alright. Gonna have to leave this. Oh, I should bring gas, actually. How are we in gas? 79. Ah, we're fine. Hang on. Oh, come on. I'm assuming these connect to the transformer. If not, I'm fucked. Oh. Please be Transformer 1. Let's go. And the supplies here. A wrench. What the fuck is that sound? Was that a bear? Please tell me that wasn't just a fucking bear. Please tell me that wasn't a bear. Another hammer. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Should I take the second? I'll take the second hammer. Backup hammer. I can dual-wield hammers. Let's go back home. The alternative is I could start doing some nighttime satellite fixing. But I think I would rather actually kind of prefer to head home. I need to check on the process. My computer. Log. Uh-oh. Ah. All right, what's up with the power? We should have power, no? Oh, have to restart the breaker in the basement. Right. That's most likely what the case is, right? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Ow. Can I not level this? Hang on, I need Perfect. Alright. Those are good. Yep, of course they're breaking up. Our satellites are in awful condition. But most importantly, what's up with the lights, man? I just have to turn them all back on, of course, of course, of course. No power. What are you talking about? Oh, it's literally unplugged. Please. What the fuck? Imaginary. Figured. I'm hallucinating burgers. Ah, too hot. How do I cool it down? do I just wait? Ow. I have an idea. Oh. some serious beatboxing going on in here. It was that. Okay. I was trying to figure out what was making it. That sound, that was awful. No way. I shouldn't eat one after another. Should probably save this. That had nothing in it. Oh, my flashlight's out of battery. Vertical hamburger. Nice. Alright, now we're fucking. Now we're fucking. Oh my god, I haven't done any of these daily tasks. 25 reports. Oh my god. These are so good. These are so helpful. And I'm just not doing them. Bring 2 signals of level 1. Reward 40. And check this satellite and make a report. India Echo Lima. Damn it. Perfect. Come on. All right. I can't go any higher than that. Invalid. Of course it's invalid. It's never not going to be invalid. The real question is where the fuck are the next ones? I've only got one. Fucking signal process, man. I'm still trying to get a second one. Let's go. Love it. Should be another one here now. Oh, damn it. You know what? This game would be great for co-op. I could just sit here. We'd have one person be on the computer, have another person be out doing server stuff. Another person on antennas. But by myself? Hell no, man. I'm not keeping up with any of these tasks. I am not a well-oiled machine. It's over here somewhere. Oh, but this cooldown is so long. I'm gonna sleep. Weak or no signal. Let's try these over here. If there even actually is anything here. I'm gonna wait 10 seconds. Oh, this looks like a big one. Maybe something? No, of course not. It's never. Of course. Sensor error. Why are we malfunctioning? Oh, for God's sakes. 15 seconds. Fuck, I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. Oh. Okay, hopefully now. Let's go for the one over here. Please be something. Sensor error. Why are the sensors erroring? I need to... I don't know, man. Oh, hey. We have a ping. I didn't even have to fucking do the thing that time. Alright, recalibrate. Let's try the other way. Anything on polarity? How is this possible? It's working. No, come on. I'm not getting anything on polarity, but frequency's got something. Come on, baby, please. Damn it. Alright, let's go. No. Come on, 84, 89. Oh, 100. Polarity right, left, linear. Oh. Go back. We had something. Please. Yes. Let's go. Stop. Yes. Oh, thank God. All right. Detector quality. Download speed. Filter size, server stability. Filter size? I don't know what filter size is. It's still so slow. Filter size? Maybe it might be for the image? Oh, I didn't mean to turn it off. What's going on with the lights, man? I fucking hate it here. Yeah, we're working with scraps here, man. Nice. Let's check the transformers. They're okay. I don't know why they're flickering. Just the fuck with me, I guess. Satellite time. But my shit is so low. I've made my character nocturnal. There's gotta be something that can make me not so, like, you know, sleepy. How do I become unsleepy? Soda? Doesn't this cost money? Oh. Soda shrimp? Excuse me? Ew, what in the name of God? Ew! Oh. Gross. I'm not eating this. just cold, man. All right. Oh. Okay. Wonderful. This is almost done. Tell you what, I'll eat. In the time that it takes to do this. Why? Damn it! Actually, I think it's faster to probably actually just collect those. Can I not collect these? No. Hamburger. What can I do with this? Nothing. Wonderful. Come on. Perfect. Great. I live in squalor, man. I'm out here living in squalor. Pure squalor. No other way to call it what it is. Just gotta call it what it is. Great. I love the source engine. Okay. Hate that. What in the... Huh? I'm not eating that. Oh, it's done. Mm-hmm. Fascinating. What are we doing now? Processing? Yeah, okay. I'm about to fucking hand in 2 things. Let's go. What was the daily task for today? I believe it was 2 things. And to also check up on the satellites, but I'm not doing that. I need to do that tomorrow after I sleep. We're gonna eat and then we're gonna have to do satellites. Go on satellite duty. That's going fast as fuck. Still kind of sad I still haven't found a crowbar, but you know, it is what it is. And maybe after this, actually, it might be optimistic to say if we'll have enough points to be able to run multiple processes, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Oh, great. Let's check the transformers. Still good. Okay. Might as well assemble the trash pile of all trash piles. Okay. $87, $88. I'm excited. This is good. All right. Nice. Oh, hey. I didn't even notice this. Right, need to put it into a box. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's drone. The drone is dropping me off stuff. That's actually great. It is the drone. Damn. Okay. Awesome. Just like that, we're done with today. Good, because I do not want to be awake at night. This game's got fucking ambience like crazy. And by crazy ambience, I mean fucking psychopathic. Bloody hell, come on. Alright. No, I don't want to eat that. What do you mean? Shit. That's really bad, actually. Hell yeah. Now we sleep. We sleep to regain our energy and our strength. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Why? Huh? Oh, I be dreaming. Look at me, I be dreaming, alright. Can I go back to bed? I feel like I'm fast traveling. Oh. Alright. Delicious. Alright, wait. I still have power. Alright, what's going on here? What's with all the hullabaloo? I know how to speak. Alright. Nice, nice, bright new day. Fresh and early. Right off the bat, some servers are busted. Can I give him a yellow one? Use. Let's see. Daily task information. Got your package, Dr. Kell, but the hash codes are not complete. Please complete the task. I can't do anything without a full report. Dr. Kell, please redo the... India Echo Lima. Package received. 20 points. Too noisy. Still too noisy. Process it more. Please, we can't gather anything from it. Daily task. You have failed to report, Dr. Kell. Here's the task for today. Please bring us 2 signals of level 1. And check this satellite and make a report. Yankee X-Ray Oscar. Actually, I think I should have a notepad. Yeah. Nice. Alright. Yankee X-ray Oscar. Yankee X-ray Oscar. Actually, let me... it is 7 in the morning. Let's check our stuff. Right now we're doing pinging, so ping size, ping speed, sensor speeds. Let's look for something. Look for something. Let's. I think today we can complete the task. We're gonna try and do the complete task. Because it's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. Especially since today I'm gonna be doing a lot of satellite work. Successful ping. Nice, okay. Alright, we got 100 polarity. Now for frequency. For frequency, I'm thinking... It's gotta be... I don't know. Oh! Look at that, we're already getting there. Nice. Alright, we're 100 on both. Downloads... Wait, no. Efficiency, signal frequency, signal quality, object. Efficiency. I think that's good, right? Yeah, okay, that's moving us along. Meanwhile, we've got a bunch of... Oh! Haha, ordinary guy. Hi. Hello. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Do enjoy your stay. Alright. Alright, we do have a transformer coming down soon. But now we are on satellites. SD.cal. Oh. Kilo. Born to work, forced to download. Yeah, man, that's the life. Alright. Let me lower some power consumption. Okay. Oof, I see that flickering. Not a fan. Where'd my hammer go? Oh, I still have it. Okay. What are we looking like on fuel? Top off. How do I top off? Oh. Oh, for God's sakes. Life is pain. Life is pain. Oh, it's empty. It's got 100, 25, 25. Let's do this one. Oh, wait. Is it full? Yep. Okay. I didn't take the book. Nice. I'm about to die on day 2. No spoilers, I don't know what I'm doing. This is literally my first time playing. I don't even know what day I'm on. How do I know what day I'm on? I should have brought some discs with me, man. Hover cursor over clock. I'm assuming you mean the in-game clock. Okay, okay. I'll do that later. Uh. Okay. What was the book? Yankee Oscar X-ray. No way. Are they still all good? Oh no, whiskey's down. Hey, I have to go to whiskey, don't I? Well, I literally just read the page and I just don't. I already don't remember. No, I don't have to go to. Whiskey. All right. It's across the water, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Fuck it. That's a terrible idea. Oh, don't tell me I just fucked up. Oh. No consequences. Which one's this one? Is this not it? No, it's over there. Just haul your ATV across the river. That's what I do. I don't even know I could do that until now. Now I know. Oh, thank God. I think everyone should. Oh, God damn it, it's Charlie. I was literally about to say, I think every single one should be good now. Nah, there's always a fucking satellite needing calibration. I hate it. I feel like Garrus for carrying over here. God damn it. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone calm down, you motherboards. Oh, actually, while I'm here. While I'm here... For God's sakes. I don't even know why I bothered. Oi, 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 uh-oh. Oh, for God's sakes. I have bad memories of this place. I got fucking abducted here, man. I fucked up. Oh, nice. India. God damn it. Wasn't India on my list? No, it was Oscar, Yankee, I forgot what the other one was. X-ray. Ow. God damn it. India, India. I could go for some Indian food. I do quite like Indian food. Dude, I would fuck up some curry right now. Holy shit. You would not believe. Nice. Juliet. Oh, is it this one? Nice. How convenient. Absolutely convenient. I'm not gonna complain. Yes! Let's go! Wow! Yeah! Alright. I am getting hungry though, I will admit. I have an MRE. I should have brought the toolbox, man. Oh wait, is this HQ? Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Oh. Oh, let's go. What was the command again? No, I'm about to find out, I guess. um... SV.hash. Let's see. 14CCF. Make it capital. 5E 116. Okay. Oh wait. X-ray. What thing was next, right? Fuck. Yeah, X-ray. X-ray and Yankee. Fuck. God damn it. Alright. Man, when your ATV is fucked, it's so fucked. This shit will just veer off to wherever the fuck it feels like it. There's just a tree in the middle of the road. Bro, they really want you to crash. They really want me to crash. But I refuse. Oh shit! Bog. Mm, 239 D2C 79 D3. Alright. Now we just need the report code from Yankee Station, and I'm good to just go back to thingamajigs, to satellite scanning, frequency scanning, all that jazz. Good stuff. Just a Boba Newt. Hi. Hello. Notices you. Thank you for the headphones. I didn't set the fucking coordinates. Because I'm a clown. What is it? SV dot target Yankee. Alright. Ow! It's okay, I did a cool flip. That's a cool, that's a cute wave emote. I'm assuming because the last one was X-ray, this one's Yankee, you know, X and Y, they're next to each other on the alphabet, so I had figured they'd be next to each other in real life, so fingers crossed that it's this one. It is this one. Let's go. SV dot hash. All right. Get out my little book, my little diary, Yankee code is 246. Wait, 46 E556902. And we're done. Perfect. Back to base. Where's base? Where is base? Is that base? That is base. Oh god. If you could not handle like ass for 2 seconds, that'd be great. Oh. Oh, let's go. Perfect. I think one of these, yeah, this one has just a tiny bit of fuel. Empty. This one's got 25. I think now it's full. Oh no. Empty. $82. Alright, these are the only ones that are full. Okay. Got 7 uses on that. What's it gonna do again? Oh yeah. Let's see what we're looking like. Alright, we're downloaded. Save signal. Unknown. Interesting. A bunch of trash. Alright. Send it off to the boys. Let's get this processed. Okay. We need a new signal. What if we just have one on each, except for radar? I don't really need radar. Can I... Oh, man, I got like no points in anything else. This is the day we make points, so help me God. Just gotta look around. Let's go for the 2 up here. Actually, let me see something. Oh, I'm on day 4. Dude, I'm on day 4. I haven't made any money. I'm telling you, man. I'm in shambles. I have been in shambles since day 1. Scraping by the skin of my teeth. Ooh, let's go. Yes. Let's do a little routine checkup. We're all good. All right. What is our power situation? Our power's looking good. We can stave off a good while. Come on. These satellites gotta rotate faster. Nice. Alright. What have we got? Got something on frequency. Frequency's done. Polarity? What are we thinking? Got a hit. Alright, we're at 100. Let's go. Our efficiency's good. I know our fucking satellites are calibrated. We're doing it. We're doing it. Is this done processing? Yeah, okay. Can't process this more, right? No. Everything's gonna be level 1 for now. What's the email say about today? Yeah, 2 signals of level 1 and the hash codes for those things. So we're gonna make today. We're gonna make today. So help me God. As soon as this download's done. Okay. Oh, actually, I probably shouldn't scan that because we're not done yet. Download speed, download speed. So what can I do in the meantime? Could probably start opening boxes. Oh yeah, this is gonna take a while. I think we need to change up some modules. Ping size, sensor. Yeah, we can bring some of this stuff down. Mm-hmm. It is getting late though. I want to send this out before the day ends. Oh, those numbers gotta go up, bro. Alright, well. I've got a drive? Oh, I've got a bunch of empty drives. Let me fucking... Alright. While that happens, let's say open this one. Oof, let me close this. No way am I keeping that shit open. It's all just MREs. Riveting gameplay. Oh! Actually, maybe we should probably eat something. Let's cook up these 9 MREs we have. Yeah, okay, I can eat while this... I don't appreciate the darkness. And the darkness doesn't appreciate me. God damn it. For God's sakes, please get up. I'm currently in the process of feeding you. Is 30 too much for an MRE? I'd imagine not. I just have to let it sit for a minute. Oh, God damn it. Riveting gameplay. Oh, baby, she's steamy. I can't leave that plugged in. Actually, I'll take this with me. Oh, for God's sakes. I dropped my food. 5-second rule. I can't run. Alright, what are we looking like? 94. 95. Alright, I'm eating this. Is it too hot? I'm hallucinating burgers. Oh, nice. Alright. Yeah, I was right. You just can't eat it straight out the microwave. Come on. Come on. This thing sucks. Is it 'cause there's no object? That's really bad, actually. We needed that second one. Oh, wait. Save! Fuck. Oh, we're so boned. It's at 100. Shit. I don't want to turn in just one. I don't even think I'm gonna get a reward for that. Fuck. Man. Is it because the detector status is down? Does the detector need to be up? I think that did something. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see if we can bump this up some more. Ah! I didn't mean to turn it off. Dude, I'm running out of time! Oh my goodness, please. I'm not gonna make it. Come on, come on, come on. I need to get the paper ready. It's done. Export it. Oh, dude, I still haven't even processed it. We're not making it. Huh? Oh, I didn't fucking... Alright, all powered processes. Go! Is there anything I can do to bump this up? No. It's called praying to God. I just hope I don't get penalized for this. I am technically handing this in. Oh wait, no. I still have time. I can't read military time. We're still on Thursday. We're still we still have a chance. Should I call in the drone now? Oh god. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on! Hurry! Hurry up! Hurry the fuck up! Ugh, this sucks. We can make it. We can make it. Nobody panic. I don't want to see a single fucking panic person in the chat. Come on, baby. Please. If I do the dance, maybe he'll go faster. I did call it in, right? I'm not crazy? Oh my god, I should have called this in a while ago. So far. Come on. Here he is. Alright, go. Get the hell out of here. For me, it is sleepy time. Better do a big old honk shoe. But first, a midnight snack. Let's do 15. Oh, I'm also holding like a shit ton of these, actually. Open the fucking... I can't open my fucking fridge. Alright, I guess I'm fucked. Fuck me, I guess. Oh, alright. Sleepy time. I'm gonna activate Swishy Tail. Nani the fuck? Hamburger? I'm in hamburger world. I'm dreaming about hamburgers. Bro, I can fuck up a hamburger. Guys, donate to me so I can get a hamburger. Hamburger. I'm stuck in the hamburger dimension. Give me hamburger. Blurry hamburger. Into hamburger world. Look at all these hamburgers. I'm looking for the master hamburger. The master emerald. But for hamburgers. Hamburger. Hamburger. I'm looking for hamburger. 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 There's a lot of hamburgers. I also just noticed something. Why are hamburgers called hamburgers if they're not even made of ham? They're made of beef. Is it because they used to make hamburgers out of ham? Uh-oh. Fantastic. Back to sleep. It'd be like that. I also throw myself out of bed. Did I get 69 points for that? Let's go! Let's fucking go! Where's my... hold on. Let's go! All right, and we're back, and the ominous music is still continues. We are on day 5. It's Friday. Kind of spooky. I still can't open my fucking fridge, but I can open my freezer. All right, well that works. I did not mean to drop the hammer. I just need to store my MREs. I also need to eat something that's not an MRE. I'm out of food. Because this does not qualify as food. Actually, I'm probably gonna eat this. Is it still cold or hot? Actually, it's probably like... take this out. Put this one in. 30. Go. I didn't mean to eat that. And there's one on the floor. God, I'm begging you. I just want to go in horizontally. All right. Perfect. Ready for a new day. I don't think there should be any. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out what today has in store. Because we did just get a whole 69 fucking points, and that's kind of huge. That's too hot. Let's read the email. Oof. Okay. We've got a lot of things here. Daily task information. Got your package, Mr. Kell, but the hash codes are not complete. Please complete the task. What the fuck are you talking about? Can't do anything without a full report. Check these satellite servers again, Oscar. Oh no, did I mistype Oscar? Fuck me. 20 points delivered to thing. Not great. It's better, but still not enough to gather anything. Need more refined data. Yeah, I need to level up my data. I think now I should have enough points to get level 2s. 2 signals of level 1. Check this satellite, make a report. Whiskey, Golf, Echo, and I need to do Oscar again. Okay. Okay. These things. Gotta go to ping. Success rate also needs to go up because I get fucked. Cooldown. Actually, holy shit, we got so many points to play with. Alright. Garbage. Ooh, got another one. Yes. All right. Transferring power. What was the other thing? Detector. Okay. Let's do polarity. This is fucking. It sounds like there's a bug next to me and I hate it. It's because I have this fucking trash pile here. Literal bane of my existence. Odd. I'm not getting anything for polarity. Let's try frequency. Oh. We got a hit. I got a hit. Perfect. Alright, we're doing well, we're doing well. My download speed is fucked. Why is that? Oh. Alright, which one are you? Yep. Oh, two of them. You know, I should use the yellow ones. Don't know why I'm not. Uh-oh. I don't know, maybe I'm just goofy like that. I'm just fucking goofy. I'm just so goofy. I think we're doing better? Question mark? I have no idea. I might have to divert more power to download speed. Because detector is already doing great. Processing speed? I don't really have to process anything. Oh, fuck me, I just turned it off. That's 20 points I can put towards download speed. Yep. Alright. What's download speed looking like? Goofer? Who are you calling Goofer? You know who I am. Let's lower detector stuff so that we can up download. I have no clue who you are. And I have no clue who you are, random person. Welcome to my side of the internet. Oh fuck, I forgot the notes. Also need to do Oscar. What's that? Oh, Red Giant. Oof, that quality is ass. Don't know if I can up that. Sensitivity, frequency. Anyway. I've been on my sides, edges, and corners of the internet. Many, not my, I've been on many chords, sides, and edges. So have I. As you can clearly tell, I am no mere corner of the internet. I'm my own special little boy. For God's sakes. Who else here is fucking busted? Nope. How do I throw? There you go. Alright, let's check our shit. SD cal all. Kilo is not responding. That's probably why our download speed is probably also fucked. Our satellites are probably also janked up. All right, we'll do maintenance runs, and then we'll do intel. What is Whiskey Golf Echo Oscar? Fuck. Is this fixed already? Did I fix this? I don't remember. Yeah, it's already fun. Alright. I didn't fucking set the coordinates. I'm stupid. Stupid. Oh wait, no, did I set the coordinates? I didn't. SV dot target kilo. All right. Onward and upwards. Wait. Let me just really quick. 75. I mean, I could. Should I finish this one before I leave? I would have to wait. This would just be me waiting here. I can't like do anything though. I need to find food. I also just realized I need to find food that's not a fucking MRE. This is a vending machine. Wait a minute. How do I get into the meat locker? I want access to the meat locker. Wait, these are giant screws. I have a giant wrench up there. Would that work? Would that work? You know, more people died to vending machines than sharks? I did not know that. That's really funny. V1 Ultra Kill. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Do enjoy your stay. Yep, that's a red giant. For the love of God. Get in the damn thing. Okay. Please be something. Oh, nice. What I would do for more more points. Oh. Alternatively, I could just take a day where I just do a bunch of scanning. But I don't think I get paid for just scans, right? I get paid for doing the tasks. that I'm emailed for. So that might not work. Why is this not working? Oh, I'm a fucking moron and why is it the second I see the TTS redeem, I think of the Vaporeon copy pasta? Sounds like you're just outing yourself, my man. No one's making you think about the Vaporeon copy pasta. You got something on your mind? Thank you. What can I do here? Ow! Oh wait, you can't see it right now. Hold on, do it again. There you go. It's because I had tail swish mode on. When my tail is swishy, the conjures don't happen. What the fuck, random ass bug? Get out of here. Oh no. Haven't seen those in a while.
Mods, delete this bot's balls.
Thank you, SpongeBob. Are you kidding me? I've got all these points into success rate and I still fail. Story of my life. Story of my fucking life. Need points in the fucking cooldown. The TTS is SpongeBob. Yes, yes, it is SpongeBob. Nice. We got a hit. And I'm hallucinating burgers. This is a problem. This is becoming a problem. Oh, I did not want to do that. For the low price of $2.50, I can kill you. This is true. This is setting to disable food tolerance. Where? Because it's a bit of I kind of backed myself into a corner on that one. I've got MREs, so many MREs. E-tab, player physics damage, food spoilage, food tolerance. Thank you. Thank you. It's not cheating. Oh god, that's so good. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Hmm. Honestly, I find the fact that after eating the same food like 5 times makes you not eat it even after you're dying from hunger pretty stupid. Yeah. I understand what they're trying to go for the mechanic of like, oh, you just get really tired of it, but like, you just reduce its effectiveness. You don't have to make it. I do think having it be like, oh, you can't fucking eat this like at all is a little ridiculous. You're right, even when he is starving from, or dying from starvation. Nice. My download speed is so fucked. That would explain why. Who else? That's just you. I think the rest of this is just issues with the satellites. My satellites are not calibrated. On the bright side, this is done. Fuck, is it sundown already? Dude, I spent all day in here. I also find it weird that MREs will spoil in like 5 days. Do you refrigerate them? I've stuck all of my all mine into the freezer. Fuck, this is a problem. Alright. Right, okay, I already pinged it. You gotta go. You can also just store them in a container's inventory. Ah. Nah, just put them in the freezer. I figured if they make us go through wanting to microwave them, they probably also want us to freeze them. I didn't pack any fucking discs! Nice. Fun fact, there's somewhere, I won't say where, there's a barrel with 50 MREs. That's a bit of a spoiler, still. You can use a numpad for the math minigame. Nah, it's fine. What was I gonna do again? Alright. Oscar. Wait, don't I need to go to Oscar. Perfect. Ow. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, motherfucker. I hate it here. Hijo de su putísima madre. I am Rainbow now. You've activated game mode. Hooray! I hear the sounds of awful things. One, 4, 8, 6. EC B9 C8. Gade. If I didn't disable physics damage, then at least 50% of my deaths would have been from falling off the ATV. I've been able to do a good job of not dying from fall damage. I say as I take fall damage. I didn't ping the next fucking thing. As much as I hate it, I think I'm gonna have to do some satellite fixing in the dark. I live in fear. Something brushed against the side of my hip. It felt like a bug, but now it's gone. It was me! A treat. What is it? Apple. Nom. Thank you. Pinging server. Right, okay. Oh, homie, it is pitch black. Oh. Oh, fuck. What's my fuel looking like? We're good. You ever had a scorpion crawl across your foot? Nope. I don't live anywhere near scorpion territory. And I'm glad I don't. I fucked up. 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 Right? No. Dude, this game's gonna be panicking over everything. Okay. Yes! Alright. We need to do Whiskey Golf Echo. None the fuck? Okay. Dark as shit out here. Two A 7FD 2E6 E. Wait. I was just doing my business one time and a scorpion just crawls across and I executed it about 10 seconds after. Nice. Oh, I remember all the times I was going very fast in the ATV in game and I got launched off like a freaking movie. I can see that being the case. Oi! Oh, thank God. Come on. Oh. I can't see anything in front of my face. I can't see anything in front of my face. It's fucking pitch black, and I can't see anything. And I can't see anything. And I can't see anything. Hey, come back. Come back here. No! I hate it here. Oh 04 B2 94 C036. Okay. Now for golf. Oh boy, I'm already getting tired. Ugh. God damn it. Is it this one? Yeah. Alright. We have 06 BE 13 DC 98. Perfect. We're out of here. SV done. Target. Reset. This should take me back home, right? Why do I feel like I'm not going where I should be? Oh. Yep. Definitely not where I should be. I think now it's just leading. I think the compass now is just north. Oh god. Should be over here. Yeah, I see it. I think I see it. Oh! We lived. Come on. Oh wait, it's a sign. What's the sign say? Probably just means this way to base, right? Is that base? That's base. Home sweet home. Home sweet disgusting fucking wretched home. Anomalous underground. Okay. What was I doing? Right. Exoplanet. I don't like that the lights just flickered. Shit, I actually might have to hit a transformer up soon. Like, real soon. That might be a huge problem. Hmm? Oh. Squeeze the fuck me? I don't trust like that. Has that always been there? Great, where'd my hammer go? Well, I've got a wrench now. Where in the actual fuck did my hammer go? Well, I guess I'm fucked out of that. Oh, fuck me. Oh no, we're about to lose power. I gotta hit reset on that. I'm gonna wait till I have this done, because if I try to hit the power, or if I try to go to sleep while the power's out, I'm gonna be fucked. I should eat something first. It's day 6. Oh, for God's sakes. Come on, you sack of shit. Oh hey, this opens now. Any aliens out here? Aliens, hello? Aliens? Aliens? Any aliens? Do the aliens just show up like this? Do they just pop up? And if I miss them, I miss them? You're allowed to answer that question. I should probably MRE another one. Alright, I should probably ready another MRE. Nice. Status offline? What do you mean? What happened to the drone? Oh, I'm not a fan of the flickering lights. I'm not a fan of the flickering lights. There's one anomaly. Thankfully, I don't think we're going in that direction. Why are you offline? Is it because I'm past 12? I think it might be because I'm past 12. Oh my goodness. Oi! Is that a fucking Toblerone? Got some gas, got another hammer. Ooh. Never mind the fact that I just banged this thing into a red barrel. Totally fine. On the other hand, what have we got? What have we got? More discs. MRE. Another MRE. I think that's it. Yep. Alright, how do I get back home? Oi! Oh hey, has this always been here? Still offline? Fuck me, man. This is gonna be a bad day tomorrow. On the bright side, I think I'm almost done. It's only 7 days, right? Alright, sleepy time. I'm allowing you guys to answer this question. How? Oh my god. Oh shit, I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready.
Chicken.
Yo. Oh, let me pause this. Yo. Kuda Hager. Kuda Hager, right? I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Hi, oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Good to see y'all, yo. Kuda's Cutie is coming on in. Oh man, it's a Kuda's Cutie invasion. Hi, everyone. I am Lou Skulldog, a variety streamer. I stream single player games I've never played before or multiplayer games that I'm just grinding through. Today we're playing through Voices of the Void. It's been pretty creepy. Hi everyone. Meowdy. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming? How'd your stream go? I'll give you a shout out. Oh, I think I spilled it. There we go. Awesome. So that intro was perfect. Thank you. Oh, because we were dancing to Beat Saber. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's that song is a classic. It's Electric Fountain from Tekken Tag Tournament 2. A banger. Absolute banger. But hell yeah. Beat Saber's awesome. I do respect a good Beat Saber's time hanging out. I'm really bad at that game. I commend people who are good at it because man, it's and I'm not one of those kinds of people who's like, oh, I'm not good at rhythm games. Like, no, I'm pretty good at rhythm games. I can't. I don't know. It gets me. It gets to me. Maybe because it's like seeing arrows. Like the arrows is different to like associating it to like arm movements. I don't know. I guess I'm too used to buttons. I grew up on like Guitar Hero. We're just microwaving some MREs, and it's too hot. Before we go to Betty Boo, and we could just watch the stars for now. So premise of this game, we analyze signals from space, all while maintaining both ourselves by eating and sleeping, and also maintaining the various satellites that we have in this area. Also, we have to maintain all the servers, and then after we pick up on all the signals, we have to process them. There's a whole thing about like managing your power consumption. Oh, you also have to take care of the transformers so that they don't run out of power. It's a whole ordeal. All while weird shit is happening all over the place. Can I eat this now? Ah, that's too hot. It's alright, it's so hard, but the community is welcoming. Hell yeah. Guitar Hero, I heal. Yes. Guitar Hero. I played Guitar Hero 3. Ah, it's still too hot. Although, if I'm being more honest, I mostly just played Guitar Hero from a friend's house. I grew up with Rock Band, actually. I was more of a Rock Band person. Oh, wait. Some servers are down. I had Rock Band 1, 2, and 3. I mostly played that one more because that one you get to play as all the instruments. That was that was fun. So like I would have like friends over and like some of us would like you know, we had the drummer, the bass guy, the guitar guy, and the singer guy. I love Rock Band. I still love Rock Band. Great game. Alright, we sleep. I kind of miss those that kind of game though. There's like they came out with those like there's no game like that out anymore. I still follow like the creators who made that game, Harmonix. I follow them on Twitter just in case they ever like make like a new one. But no, they're nowadays they're just supporting the Fortnite Festival rhythm game in did I just hear an explosion? In Fortnite. Although I do hear that they're making a controller that you can excuse me that you can plug into to Fortnite, but it's gonna be like a universal like USB controller, so it's like not limited to just Fortnite. And it's got like you know the classic buttons and like strumming things set up. I miss that stuff. That was cool. I'm actually gonna take this with me. I love that game. Clone Hero is awesome. Ah, that's right. I forgot about Clone Hero. I did love playing the drums. I oh man, it's a funny story. I started off singing and then it wanted off. I grew older and then as I grew older I was like, I'm not actually a very fucking doors. I'm not actually a very good singer. Not to like talk myself down, but like I just singing's not for me. So then I picked up bass, but then I'm like, you know what? I want to actually learn how to play bass, guys. Rocksmith. When that came out, there was like a whole like marketing campaign about like, oh, do the Rocksmith challenge, play the game for 60 days straight, and you'll actually learn how to play the guitar or like the bass. And I'm like, bullshit. So I got it. I bought the special cable and I bought the game. And I put hours, and I mean days and weeks, months. It's still to this day like one of my top played games on my Steam account. And I actually learned how to play bass. And I still fucking love Rocksmith. It's been a while actually. I should play that again. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah. Hang on, let me check my email. You have failed to report. Yeah, I know. Can I discriminate? We cannot triangulate your location, Dr. Kell. Please check all the systems are working properly. Servers, controls, radio tower. The drone will be sent out eventually when we determine your location. Okay, that explains why I couldn't summon the drone yesterday. Is the drone still offline? Drone's still offline. It's gotta be the radio tower. This is the first radio malfunction we've had all game. Yep. Radio tower. Right. Hang on. Metal Gear moment. What a thrill. Alright, I can read chat. In darkness. Okay. Harmonix made some really good stuff. Hell yeah. Fortnite Festival now supports USB guitars from Guitar Hero, actually. I did not know that. That's awesome. I tried that. I didn't keep up, but I did buy the version with the custom songs before they pulled it and the cable. Buy the version with custom songs before they pulled it in a cable? What do you mean buy the version with custom songs before they pulled it? They pulled one of the games? If I remember correctly, all the games should be available, even the old ones. I still have the old one. Because they had like the original that came out I think like 2012, and they had the remaster that came out 2014, and then I think like last year they just came out with like another one, but that one's like a subscription mobile version, and that one's ass. Don't buy that. And everyone just plays the remaster 2014 one, because you can get custom songs on that one. Alright. Back down we go. What a thrill. shit, get a USB guitar if you don't already have one, and download Clone Hero. It's free and you can get custom songs. Oh. This would involve me having to get a guitar controller. I do not have a guitar controller. I just have like actual guitars. Because it's the drone. Hell yeah. Because when I first started playing when I first started playing Rocksmith, I was actually like, oh, I really want to get into let me move this. I was like, I want to play guitar. You know, everyone wants to play guitar. There isn't a single fucking person on this planet who isn't like, oh, guitar is so awesome, I want to play guitar. But then as more time passed, I was like, I do like guitar. Guitar is fun. But I can also understand my own physical limitations. It is an instrument that is built for people who have more dexterous and capable fingers than I do. My fingers are short and not very dexterous, and I can't move them very quickly. So I made the transition to bass, and ever since then I've been playing bass, and I love it. But I still have my old guitar. Every now and then I pick it up, but I mostly ever just play bass. And now I'm the guy. And now when people ask, "Oh, you play an instrument?" I'm like, "Yeah, I play bass. I'm a bass guy now." And so it's funny because people are always like, "Oh yeah, you look like a bass guy." I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck does that mean?" Oh god. Okay, hold on. I need to finish. Okay. TR check. We are losing power on Transformer 2. I should just reset that now before I do anything else. Yeah, why not? Let's... TR_2. Okay. What was I gonna say? And being able to play custom songs on Rocksmith is also a huge plus. Peep! What's up, Peep? Welcome on into Boneheads. Do enjoy your stay. I was gonna say, yeah, I know I've already got custom songs on Rocksmith, so I'm kind of set. Plus, I don't know, it feels rewarding learning, like playing a song on Rocksmith and it being like the actual chords, so that like if I play a song for enough times and I memorize the notes, like I can just play the song like by memory. And it's gotten to that point for a few bands, not bands, like albums. Because it's cool. I don't know. I could officially say, like, yeah, I know how to play PDA by Interpol just off the dome. Just because I've done it so many times on Rocksmith. Whee! Oh, fuck. Alright. Wait, it is this one, right? No, I'm looking after a Transformer. Literally, why am I stopping here? There's some chat messages I need to catch up on. Oh no! Uh-oh. Oh! Please tell me I didn't just die. And my bike's broke. Uh-oh. Oh no! How far back did we just get set? How far back did we just get set? How much progress did that just wipe? Oh no. Okay. It starts us back at the start of day 6. It's fine. It's fine. Thank God. Oh God. Jesus Christ, I got scared for a second. It's alright, we're just back at the start of the day. Is the radio tower fixed? Or do I have to make the what a thrill joke again? It's on, okay. What's the transformer looking like? Right, okay. Alright, perfect. I'm right before I set off. SV target transformer 2. Alright, what was the time about? Let me read messages. They pulled the old Rocksmith to go for the online only recently this year. They really did? No shot. Oh yeah, some of the songs and bundles aren't available to buy. I've heard of that. They've pulled songs. I didn't hear that they pulled the game. I do know that they've pulled a few songs, but if you've bought in them and downloaded them before they were pulled, you could just keep them. And I can't imagine it's probably not that hard to find online. Let me hang on to this because I know I'm gonna crash. Did I summon the? Yes. Okay. Okay. I got a USB guitar from Goodwill years ago for a whopping $5. That's a steal. Oh god damn it. That's a steal. Give me the toolbox. Let's go in the water. Oh god damn it. I just checked and yeah, 2014 is no longer available on Steam. Are you? No way. Dude, that's so scummy! Oh no, dude, that's actually awful. That's... holy shit. Oh my god. Online services, hooray. Yeah, I am never in my life buying fucking... No one in their right mind should ever buy Rocksmith Plus. That is such a fucking scam of a service. That and they... Dude, I could tell you fucking a bunch of reasons why this thing is ass. This game is whack, making a bunch of sounds from Portal. It's the Source Engine, my dude. Made off the Source Engine. Good old classic Source Engine. You like Team Fortress 2? It's the same thing. What in the name of God happened here? I can't even get in. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, there's a satellite here. I'm gonna try and do some satellite repairs while I'm out here. And then I'm gonna probably spend the rest of the day doing processing. Because these fucking satellites always misalign themselves. Then that guitar's set for years because I didn't have a PC. Oh no! That's how my guitars feel right now. I got them a while ago, and then now they just sit there. But I'll tell you one thing though: real guitars make for damn good decoration. Got custom songs on Beat Saber. Some genius actually mapped the entire Shrek movie in Beat Saber, and of course I downloaded it. Oh my god. fucking crazy. I feel like my arms would get tired. It's like a whole hour and a half. I commend you, soldier. You're braver than I. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I hate this ATV. Is this Foxtrot? No, I think this is Whiskey Station. Yeah. Do 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 do. Mana do 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 do. Maybe if Harmonix ever comes out with like a new something, because although probably not, right? I think they have all their chips in invested into Fortnite, which like is fun. It's fine. Don't get me wrong. I play Fortnite. I like Fortnite. I'll be honest. I'm guilty of it too. I've bought in some songs there. I'm not gonna fucking say like I have. I'm not gonna say that I haven't. The second they put Buddy Holly by Weezer in the Fortnite store, and I could just play fucking Weezer whenever I headshot some kid online, telling me that's not worth it. It's fucking awesome, man. Oh wait, I've got discs. I do have discs. Hell yeah. Oops. There you go. What's the command? sd.cal all. Yankees not responding. Fuck. Excuse me. I hate that I like Fortnite. I've embraced it. I think they are done probably. I really loved Amplitude, which was before Guitar Hero on PS2. Never got a sequel. Ah, damn. Well, isn't Guitar Hero a different company? I forgot who the devs are for that, for Guitar Hero, because I know Harmonix was in competition with them. I the only name I know off the top of my head is Harmonix. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah. SV. Also, I never checked the fucking whatever. I never checked the things that I had to look into for today. These satellites. I never checked in for today's satellites, but that's okay. Target Yankee. Guys, I'm gonna cheat for 2 seconds. Okay. Harmonix was the original developer for Guitar Hero, then that got moved. Then who made Guitar Hero? Then they did Rock Band instead. Are you telling me that they were the same people? Did I just not know this? Am I just dumb? I could have sworn that Guitar Hero was made by a different company. Oh shit. Never played Rock Band. I grew up on Guitar Hero. Yep, it got moved to another Activision company. Ah. Activision. Good old Activision. Oh shit. I also just remembered, they came out with like mobile, and I don't mean like on the phone versions of the games, because didn't Guitar Hero have a DS game? And I think Rock Band had a game on the PSP. I know this for a fact because I had the PSP Rock Band game, and I knew a friend who had the DS Guitar Hero game. Yeah, there was a DS one with the funky attachment. I remember the attachment. I always thought that looked cool. I have the DS Guitar Hero still, actually. I still have my my copy of the Rock Band PSP game. I played the shit out of that. That was fun. Although you get tired because they don't really have a big playlist on that one. What was I gonna do again? Right. Calibrate. All. Fucking Victor. PSP was crazy for the time, I agree. Still have my PSP. I love my PSP. I also still have my DS and my 3DS. Actually, no, that's not true. I don't have my DS. I don't know where that is. I have my 3DS though. Oh god. So many trees, so many trees. Oh, fuck me. 360! And I stuck the landing. Calculated. Oh, for fuck's sake. This thing handles like such ass, man. This thing handles like such ass. Oh, fuck. Hang on, let me just get to the next satellite. Oh, for God's sakes. Oh god. Oh no. What happens if I damage this enough? Does it explode? I fucking hope not. This is the only ATV that I have. On the bright side, this is, I think we're on day 6, so I guess I could just go a whole day not doing any satellite work if it does explode. It's gonna be fucked, it's gonna be scuffed, but we can make it work. I'm no stranger to scuff. Okay. But the DSi killed it, removed the GBA card slot. That's right, I forgot about that. I still have a PSP 1000. I have the limited edition, limited sale, blue PSP that was only available for like a day at GameStop. I still have every old console from growing up. Same. I grew up on PlayStation. I still have my PlayStation 1, 2, and 3. And SNES. Although that one I inherited. I'm not. I didn't grow up with the SNES. What the fuck was I gonna do again? What's the command for this? Right. SD.cal. All. I think I'm done calibrating, right? Fucking Oscar. Oh my god. SV.target. I'm literally gonna spend my entire day 6 calibrating fucking satellites. Listen, as long as I still have daylight, it's fine. I don't trust the nighttime. That's when shit gets weird. That's my feet. Wait, let me fix this before I fucking... Okay. PS2. I have the slim and fat. I also have the slim and the fat one. Nice. I got this one and got free boot working to play all the old stuff again. Oh. What's Freakin' Boot? Haven't heard of that. Is that like a jailbreaker? Let's see, run games off a hard drive. Ooh, that's cool. Wait, the fuck is this? Oh, it's literally nothing. Okay. Shame. Uh-oh. It's okay. This is like my 5th time being at Oscar, man. I hate this place. And worst of all, I think I'm out of discs. Oh, I've got this one. Hell yeah, now I never have to come back here. What's the command again? sd.cal. Fuck. Perfect. Alright, now we go home. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of your day. Ow. We just gotta wrap up day 6 and day 7. And we're done. Although I'm gonna try and not spend so much time on day 7 calibrating satellites, because it's just the worst. Oh, god damn it. No, you have a great rest of your day. No, you have a great rest of your day. No, you hang up first. Uh-oh. We're okay. Okay. Got MRE and a disc. Okay. Let me lock the front door. I don't trust like that. Okay, front door's already locked. Phew! Any servers? No, all servers are good. Alright, we are golden. We are golden. Processing speed. Was I processing something? No. Why do I have points in processing speed? We need to do sensor pings. Sensor success rate. Ping cooldown. Sensor size, speed, ping size, ping speed. Yeah. Alright, now we look for signals. 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 Ooh, alright. Please don't be a dud. Yes. Alright, what do we got? Rediverting power. Need detector quality, detector frequency, sensitivity. Download speed. I don't have enough points for download speed. Alright, we're... Sensitivity. I'm 1 point away, what do you mean? Cheap view? What the fuck? Get out of here. We have no cheap viewers here. My viewers aren't cheap. We are expensive and decadent. Detector quality is so expensive. Processing speed? No, download speed is what I need up. Okay, that's a good balance. What have we got? No fucking clue. Okay. Do polarity. Anything? Nothing on the positives. Try negatives. Nothing. Change the alignment. Nothing on negatives. Nothing on positives. Changing it again. Oh, we got a hit. Alright, frequency. Let's try 100. It's in the 800s. Low 800s, yep. Nice. Alright. Our download's up. Oh man, our download speed is so fucking fast. I say as it's sitting at like 3%. I think that satellite, all the satellite calibrations actually really helped. Now I've got a couple of points into download speed. And no servers all malfunctioning, right? Nope. We are golden. We are golden. Alright, well, while that processes. Take this one. Get that ready. Any anomalies? We have one. 445.0. 449.7. Alright, he's going far away. He's moving away. Wait, 454. Alright, Hobie's just chilling there. Wait, what happened to my outputs? Why are we at 99? Seems pretty involved. Oh yeah, it's very involved. It's only really this. It looks complicated, but I don't know. I've been at this for a minute. I'm on day 6 after all, so I'm kind of used to it. Also, the tutorial for this game is actually like very good, surprisingly good. Why are we? Do the degrees need to be changed? How odd. I've never seen the outputs decay. Alright, polarity's sitting polarity's sitting at 100. I can't get frequency to stay at 100. Something's making it decay. I don't know what. Unless that's the anomaly for today. Oh, I never read my fucking emails. Whiskey India Juliet. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Package received, you got 20 points. Hooray. Noise. For noisy, low quality still, I think I can catch something out of this. Okay. Today I might do some investments because I don't have, what's today's task? 3 signals of level 1. What if I just don't do that and send in like 2 signals of level 2 instead? Because I have enough points to up my progress, or my fucking processing. Also, is it me or did my fucking... It's my bits per second going down. This was like 7 to 8. Now it's like going back between 5 and 6. No. Let's run another check. Let's check the radio. Good. Transformer. Golden. Satellites. That's gonna take a minute. Quebec is not responding. God damn it. Where's Quebec? That's like kind of a ways away. No, I already said I'm not gonna do any more fucking satellite calibrating here. What was that? Did you hear that? I heard an explosion. I heard the infamous Source engine's explosion. Okay. And again, my outputs are fucking decaying. Put any points into anything else? Oh, hold on. I just freed up a bunch of points. All right. What needs to be upped? Download speed? What? Oh, it's a dwarf planet. That's what we scanned. Okay. Yeah, download speed needs to go up. Okay. I am getting kind of hungry, both IRL and in game. I think. Do I have an MRE on me? I do. Num num num. MRE. Num 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 num. Delicious. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna get a second one out before the end of today. I might just do like, can I do like one level 3? How much is one level 3 worth? It's probably worth it. I mean, anything's fucking worth it a level 1 right now. I've only been able to submit level 1 scans. And I need points like desperately, especially for whatever the fuck they're gonna throw at me on day 7. I'm scared of the fucking windows, man. I really wish I can get like a button that like closes all the fucking windows. I don't want to see what's out there. I don't want something out there staring at me. That's fucking creepy. Alright, this is gonna fucking take a minute. We could do some sweeping. Or we could open boxes. Let's open some boxes. Let's see what's in the garage. Let's open this one. It's like a loot box. I hope I get a rare. Is it literally just coal? It's literally just coal. I fucking hate it here. Riveting gameplay. I just got coal. I fucking hate it here. $94. Actually, detector's already fully processed, so we can divert power from that. Done. Alright. That's one. Well, we're only doing one, so let's listen. It's got a bit of a beat to it, okay. It's fucking garbage. Whatever. Import. Oh, right. Process. Oh, right. Processing level. Processing speed. I don't have enough points for level 2 processing. Oh, it's so sad. Man. It means I'm literally only gonna be doing fucking level 1 processings. Listen, it's been a hard week. It's our first time playing. It's okay. We're likely not gonna hit level 3, but that's okay. I'm gonna try and go for a level 2 tomorrow. Actually, it might not be too late for me to. Let's go for this one. Ooh. Ah. It's probably gonna ruin our scans that we have all power diverted into processing and not scanning. Hey, but we got one. Come on. This thing takes a minute to send the results over. Is this going fast? It's going pretty fast. No, it's not. That's going pretty slowly. Oop. That's what I was trying to do. I don't like this thing. I don't know what this is. But it's hovering. Oh. Do polarity. No, well, I'm already on frequency. Come on. Yes. Let's try the negatives. Nothing on negatives. Anything on positives? Nothing on positives. No. Huh? Oh, day's over. Oof. Weekly results. Dr. Kelly, your performance wasn't the best, so we cannot give you the complete reward. There are your 100 points as bonus. Be more efficient next time. I tried. But hey, 100 points. That's fucking huge. Oh, it's the drone. Gave me goodies. What we get? Marina Drive. Not surprised. Oh yeah, I was doing polarity. So does the game not end at day 7? At the end of day 7? What is with the ambience? Hello? Oh. Actually, now that I've got 100 fucking points. Level 2! I could put points in the download speed too. Oh, and the detector. The detector's fucked. Download speed. Detector quality. Detector sensitivity. I have to do frequency. Sensitivity. Does that help? Oh my god, I just noticed. Taking points off of... Oh my god, how many points have I just burned? There's a penalty to rerouting power too much. Oh my god. And now I know. Shit. Dude, I've probably wasted so many fucking points. I'm so fucking upset. Oh well. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah. I was under the impression that I would have to turn off and then turn things on as I needed them, but apparently that is not the case. I am penalized for doing that. It eats an energy point every time I divest from something as like a tax. And that's really bad because I've been doing it a lot, so I've probably wasted a lot of points. So I think they just want you to just invest into your processes and not be doing what I've been doing. Oh boy, we've been playing the game wrong the whole time. We've been playing the game wrong the whole time. And I've been playing this game for like 7 hours. Just my luck. Just my luck. Holy shit, these are taking fucking forever. Owie? Yeah, you're telling me. What do we do? What do we do now? What do we do for day 7? I could try and like do the daily for today. What's my sleep looking like? 25. I just realized I could probably sleep while all this is doing. While all this is happening. Yeah, let's do it. Get some food in me first. How do I stop it? Great, now it's too hot. What if I do... Nope, way too hot. Tell you what if I just... I'm just gonna let that sit. I'm at 50 anyway. I'm gonna activate swishy tail mode. There we go. What a thrill. In darkness and something. What the fuck? What? Okay. Just a bad dream, I guess. I might be sleeping for too long. Oh. It's probably like middle of the day. Delicious. Alright. Oh, I should have checked on the processes when I woke up in the middle of the night. Oh, it would not even... Oh, it is done. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is done. Wait. Import. Save. Planet. Need a drive. Let's listen. Let's not listen. Come on, get in the fucking. Okay. Import process. Check today's email. I already checked today's email. Okay. Dr. Bao? Dr. Bao probably fucking hates me. I mean, he already said I have not been doing very well. Tell you what, whenever I do a second run of this game, it's gonna be way better. I know how to play now. We didn't know how to play now. I literally have not bought a single thing from the store because I haven't been able to fucking... I feel like I experienced half the game. Which is not bad. Not bad. It is of my own personal failure that I am in the position that I am now. We've encountered a few anomalies. Maybe the anomalies ramp up the better we do. But so far, nothing crazy. Just another opportunity to play through again. Exactly. There's a few different game modes for this too. Oh. Mr. Little Scripting. Hi. Welcome under the Boneheads. Thank you so much for the follow. Enjoy your stay. Yeah, there's different game modes. This one is just the story mode, which just is the 7 days. There's and the next playthrough. Now that I know how to play the game, I'm gonna try some of the different game modes too, just to spice it up. What's up? Oh, what's good? What's good? What am I doing? Right, that's processing. Okay, I don't really have a whole lot of points. Guess I could try and find something. Oh, we got some. By the way, this game is infinite. I got every event now, and I'm just doing signals. Oh. This is my first time playing it. Don't spoil anything for me. Although, does the camp? Oh, I do have one question. Does the campaign, the story mode, at the end of the 7th day, like end, like, or does it just keep going? Because I know the other game modes are infinite. What do you mean? Because because there's different game modes, right? And the other game modes are infinite. The story mode is infinite. Oh fuck. Oh boy. How do I know if I've probably definitely missed some events. Which is fine. I hear a lot of spooky shit. And that's kind of that's already a lot. It doesn't take a whole lot to scare me. Okay. In this case, though, I might just end. I might just wrap up on my own at the end of day 7. Shit, that means I do it. Alright, if anything, that's just means I get to come back to this save where I already have a bunch of shit invested, because Lord knows I'm not cleaning up this whole fucking facility again. Although I guess that doesn't make me that makes me feel a lot better about there being a time constraint for the story mode. Because I was worried I did kind of waste like a majority of like day 1 and 2 doing I did a lot of cleaning. It's so fucking messy in here. I'm so glad I don't have to clean this fucking place up again. Is it storming? Yeah, it's stormy. If anything, that just I'll just come back to this fucking to this save file then. Alright, yeah, that's moving. This is going on. I need to do satellite calibrations. I don't want to do satellite calibrations, but I'm gonna have to do satellite calibrations. Everything's so fucked, man. This whole save is fucked. I fucked up. Wait. I'm too tired to do math, man. I've been at this for so long. And they want me to fucking do satellite calibrations. I don't want to do satellite calibrations, man. What if I just spend my whole day in here analyzing No, I have to fucking do satellite calibrations. My efficiency sucks. Fuck. Alright, well, I guess the rest of this save is going to be me recovering from myself. And all of the progress I've made. I've regressed throughout the save. A lot of it's just gonna have to do with points, really. I could just submit this one by its own. No, I'm gonna run out of boxes. I should have another one in here somewhere. I'm gonna admit, I'm also a little kind of half, knowing that I've fucked myself, I'm a little half tempted to restart the save. But I don't want to clean the fucking place. But at the same time, maybe I do, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it off stream. By the way, in my game, everything fixes and does everything automatically, but not the signals. I'm not gonna tell how. Fix automatically. Fix automatically. Do I say how? No. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I have not been able to fucking buy myself anything, dude. I've wasted so many points from divesting from upgrades. Like a lot of points. This is taking 5 ever. What the fuck even is that? Oh, this is done. Okay. I'm gonna submit the 2. And I guess I could do fucking other thing. The thingamabobbers. Nah, I really can't do anything with 10 points. Oh yeah, okay. I was like, what am I doing again, dude? I'm literally November Echo Whiskey. is for today. Okay. Hello. Object. That's an object. The alien thing? Don't spoil it. It does look like a spaceship, doesn't it? I wanna... Why have I played myself like... Alright, is there a console command for me to get more points? I'll do it. That would be one of the biggest ways I could right my wrong. It'd be unfair. But be doing it. Oh, I never fucking pinged where I need to go. I pinged Quebec, right. I'm locked on Quebec. Oh. Typing console CD account to calibrate all. So I know. But I have to go to the server. Because the server is down. Oh fuck. God damn it. Game isn't scary, I got every event and none scared me. Well, good for you. Wait. I didn't bring a disc with me. God damn it. I don't even think I have any discs. I'm out of discs. I hate it here. Nice. All the events feel like Fortnite events. That can't be Fortnite events. You don't get skins for them. Foxtrot's down. Server's not responding. Is there a remote way for me to reset the servers without having to travel to the server itself? Because this has been the biggest pain in my ass. No. Wonderful. You need a robot? You're talking end game shit, my guy. I am struggling in early game. No wait, fuck. Oh wait, yeah, target. Foxtrot. Oh. The robot is hard to build though. I don't even know a robot even existed, so this shit's news to me. please. Oh, fuck. Wait. I haven't been here. What is this? Oh. Softhold. Hi, Softhold. Hello. Welcome into the Boneheads. Enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for the follow. Why have I never seen this before? What is this? Oh, it connects to all of them. To all the Transformers. Can I reset the Transformers from here? No, right? I would have to hit the button for that one. What is the purpose of that? Oh, fuck. I have the robot builded in day 1 or 2. Well, good for you. This game is like eating simulator, cooking simulator, building simulator, or cooking simulator. This game is a lot of simulators, all in one. It's very anomalous. Very many anomalies have occurred. It's interesting. That scared the shit out of me. Let's check on the download. What happened to my polarity? Wait, did I not scan this thing already? Why is it at 0? 0 download. Am I doing this right? Oh wait, this is done. Hmm. Hmm. just gonna turn these in. Offline. Ugh. What a thrill in darkness and some violence. So, I don't actually know who the song is. I give my love, not for all, but for all. In my time, there'll be no one else. Snake eater. Oh wait, I disabled fall damage. Awesome. Oh, right. ADHD, I forgot. Alright, he's coming. What time is it? It's 5 p.m. Let me check something real quick. Okay. Nope. Am I gonna get that payment like immediately, or am I gonna have to wait for that? Because I really hope I don't have to wait. Nice. Ooh. Your hash codes are not complete, I know. Check the satellite servers again for November. Echo Whiskey. Package has been successfully delivered. 30 points has been sent to your... 30 points? It's definitely better now, but still better if you could refine it even further. Man, that's fucking nothing. We're such in shambles. We're such an absolute state of shambles. Oh boy. It's so bad. It's so bad. Okay, let's do polarity. Nothing. It sounds like there's shit happening outside. Oh, I'm hungry. like, why the fuck did I just fall over? I'm imagining hamburgers. Ooh, so scary, so scary. Where they? Ugh. Where the aliens at? You know what I have to say to you, aliens? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, fuck. Okay. What was it again? Oh yeah. Polarity. Polarity, polarity, polarity. Polarity these nuts. Polarity these nuts. Oh shit. I went too far. Okay. Polarity's done. There's lightning going on outside, but it's okay. Little lightning never hurt anybody. When has lightning ever hurt anybody? Lightning's never hurt a single soul. If you ever try to tell me that lightning can hurt people, you're fucking lying. And I'm telling on you. Come on. Just give me the 100. You son of a bitch. Alright, I'm just gonna stick it at 96. Fuck. Oh, thank God. God damn it. Do I get points for doing that? I just noticed. Oh, Yankee still doesn't work. Okay, hang on. Oh, wait, are they all working? Are you all functional? For once in your fucking... No, Yankee, right? Okay. SV dot target Yankee. What's power looking like? Oh shit. We're getting close. Oh, for fuck. I just. Seriously. Fuck, what's 8 minus 6? Redo. Oh yeah, you get 5 points for that. I just noticed. I think that gives me enough for, yeah. One of these. Nice. We're slowly recovering from the fucking absolute damage that I've done to myself. Oh boy, this download speed is not looking good. This shit is not looking good. Any signals? Any signals in chat? Any signals in chat? I'm gonna ping you. I'm gonna ping you. If I can fucking find you. Oh, power's flicking. Oh, that's Transformer 1 right there. Transformer 1 is going to make himself known. Or by God, he's going to die trying. Literally. There's 1. There you are. Nice. Wait. I was mid-download. I'm fucking stupid. What am I...
Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I can't believe I just fucking did that.
Fuck. Son of a bitch. Well, back to frequencies. Guess I'll just go fuck myself. Polarity. Positives. Nothing. Negatives. Fucking nothing. Ich fucking Calypso. Ich fucking Minging. Ich fucking Minging. Oh fuck. Yeah, that's actually really good. This is going down. That should be fine. That should be fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's ever gone wrong. Nothing's ever gone wrong. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Alright, I'm gonna fucking go to sleep. This place sucks. out here living in fucking squalor. I didn't close the fucking freezer. Fucking... There was only one bite in it. Ugh. I'm just gonna fucking eat that shit. Fucking get the fucking sick of this shit. Sick of this fucking place. I've had it up to here. What are these fucking aliens? I left the fucking garage open and the fucking ATV out on the street. That's fine. It's fine. It's not like aliens are just gonna come in here. Like I said, it's not just like aliens are gonna come in here or something. Aliens. In my station, it's more likely than you think. Time for brekkie. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you sons of bitches better. You fucking know who I am. Oh, thank God. Alright. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. These frequencies are fucking killing me. Killing me, man. They're killing me. What kind of anomalies we... Oh, excuse the fuck me. What? Four five four 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 one four four 433. Are you coming closer? 427. 422. No. Where'd the other one go? Where'd the other one go? There were like four. There was like four. Four two six. 438. Okay. 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 Are you done? Yes. Okay. Okay. Invalid? What the fuck you mean? Whatever. What I get. Sounds like a bunch of fucking nothing. Come on. Yes. That's an alien. My god. My computers are so slow. Oh, right, it's a new day. New day, new day. What's the task for today? I might actually do today's task. I don't want to do today's task, but I'm probably going to end up doing today's task. 3 signals of level 2? Are you fucking insane? What? I'm half tempted to restart this save, bro. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. That's as good as it's gonna get. Oh, my download speed is atrocious. Oh, Lord. It's so bad. Damn it. Took too long. I hate this. Transformer 1 is low. I'm on my neck. Okay. What's the rest of this looking like? Oh no. Oops. Which one did you say was off? Sierra. Remember when I said all of today is likely going to be recovering from our previous mistakes? I was not kidding. Was not kidding. Was absolutely not kidding. Lima Charlie Golf. And which one am I going to again? Sierra. Okay. It's way over there. Boy. Good God. Oi. Okay. Good old Station Sierra. You know, I don't think I've come to Sierra this whole time I've been here. I love Yankee Station. It's my favorite. Almost as my favorite as being Oscar. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh. That was a close one. Da, 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 da. Come on, come on, come on. This is the first time I've been to Romeo Station, too. Haven't been here before. No. Fuck. I forgot to refuel. I hate it. I hate it here. 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 This would be an awful time for aliens to show up. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I'm not looking back. I'm not looking back. Nope, 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 nope. Just making sure the brake is on. Is that a fucking bear? I really hope that wasn't a bear. I'm gonna fucking scream and shit. Lima. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the Transformer it died while I'm... Speaking of dying. I'm going back to home base, fuck this. Wherever even home base is. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, it's the trash one. Whatever, I'm already here. Uh-oh. Oh! Where's the ATV? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Great, and it's smoking. It's exactly Boba Newt, just like that. Wait, is this not Lima? Oh my god, this isn't even Lima. I'm a fucking clown. I just saw a satellite and I just went for it. Ugh. Oh wait, this is actually... It's a good vantage point. Oh, home base. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. I'm okay. Where's the ATV? Gotta go back to home base. Gotta refuel. Fuck. Fuck was that? I can't tell if that's the Jeep colliding with trees or if there's just something out there. And I'm not really interested in finding out. If I'm being entirely honest. This is bad, we're running out of everything. Everything but fucking MREs, man. Great. I didn't check on the download. Aw, man. Please, I'm begging you. Oh my god, please. Thank God. We're done. We're done. with satellite calibration. Oh my god. Actually the worst fucking thing on the planet. Actually the worst. Okay, green across the board. Actually, no, let's, wait, what is that? Are you fucking... Object can't be... Excuse me? Oh. Huh. Well. Rude. I can't believe that just happened. I'm in disbelief. I'm in such disbelief. Did I not change the target? Oh my god. I'm already at Lima. Oh, this is a clown show. Give me your goddamn hash code, you son of a bitch. Give me your goddamn hash code, or I swear to God. Wait, I already forgot the other one. Is there a way I can... Okay, when I'm holding an object, is there a way I can put it back in my hotbar without having to drop it and recollect it? What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, Charlie and Golf. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, we're okay. What the fuck is going on? Give me your fucking hash code. Zero 02 F85. Where am I writing this? 0, 2, F, 8, 5, 3, C, E, 2, C. Golf. All right. Come on. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Fucking. Still got some of this to spin the hell out. I didn't bring the toolkit with me. Fuck. Whatever, we're on the last one. Give me goddamn hash code. Zero 6 C 9 E A E D 23. Thank God. Where's home base? Oh, there it is. Oh, wait a minute. I completely forgot. We're about to run out of power. But first... And number 0 is dying too? Are you serious? You can target the Transformers? Yeah. How have you been trying to find them? Have you been following the power lines? Oh, homie. Oh, bro. Oh. How did I not know about this? I don't know, man. You can ping just about anything, I feel. God, everything's broken. I fucked up. Right? Yeah. My brain is shutting down. My brain! Ah! Fuck! My best save is 45 days. Not once have I tried to target the Transformers. Oh, homie, I don't know how long my save's gonna go on for. We're in shambles. How does a save end? How does your save end? You just die? Like, how do? Is there a way to make this infinite? Finite? How do I make this finite? I would like to be here for a finite amount of time. IDK? Ugh. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just stuck here. Forever. Scanning. And calibrating. Forever. Fuck. I don't think there is an ending to this game. I literally think it just goes on forever. Although the requirements just keep going higher and higher. Like eventually you can't make it. What then? I mean, you can die in this game. This is true. This is true. Death is a obtainable thing. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah. Like with a full-on game over screen. This is true. This is true. I am only here for. This is a prison of my own design. At the end of the day. I think it does end. Is there like a story, like canonical ending? I did not mean to do that. Let's go for this one. And then it switches to being an infinite save. Oh. I'm still on. I like just finished week. Oh, for fuck's sake! What day am I on? I'm on day 8. So I guarantee you, there's still shit I haven't done. Probably nowhere near the actual canonical ending. Alright, we are green across the board. How many did he say he wanted for today? 3 signals of level 2. Good God. Shit. You are. This guy's fucking me. This guy doesn't have any idea what I'm going through. That's light work. Maybe for you. I struggle with basic tasks. But I look damn good doing it. Oh. Nice. Got 45 points. Everything's good, everything's golden, everything's great. Bro doesn't know how to set polarity. I found it. What are you talking about? Alien behind you. There's no alien behind me. Unless you mean that thing. I don't know what the fuck's going on up there. Something's on fire, though. There's a crowbar up there? Oh, hey. Look at that. How? How does one... Don't open that. There's a Molotov in it. Ugh. That's what the fire extinguishers are for. Speaking of fire extinguishers, where the fuck's my fire extinguisher? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ah, what have I done? What have I done? Think I can get it from here? I mean, eventually it's gonna run out, right? Oh, hey, my hammer! I've been looking for this. It sent a bunch of my discs flying everywhere. Okay, where was I? Okay, this isn't working. How do I get this to open? So help me God. If I have to stack boxes to get up there, I will. Are you wooden, son? I think so. As I'm repeatedly throwing a hammer to the ceiling. Stack the trash. Fuck. I have a better idea. Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Come on. You're just making it harder on yourself. Shut up. Shut up. Something insanity, something expecting different results. I'm falling over. And I'm hallucinating hamburgers. Did I even fucking finish that scan? Right. We're at 62. Hang on, I've got points to invest. What is it? Planet. Cool. Too bad my download speed is shit. I don't know if I can stack the trash that high. Like, I know I've already made decent progress, but that's really high. Is there no ladder? I need like... What if I use this? You have enough. What if I just... But what if I... Come on. Come on. Come on. Fucking son of a bitch. Bolus. Ah! The hamburgers. They're getting to me. Everywhere I go, I see hamburgers. Alright, now I take the desk, right? And I put it up here. Come on. Ah! Hang on. Look, this is good progress. They tell me this is way. Oh, hamburger. This is way better. I'm actually almost there. If I can stack the desk on the trash and then get this upright, I can actually make it. Hang on, I need to fucking eat. Open that, I dare you. I am gonna fucking open it. It's snack time. Open. Open. I'm hallucinating. So many hamburgers. Food. 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 Oh, hamburger. What do you mean? Are you not supposed to microwave MREs? Look, they come with hamburgers. Num 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 num. I can go for a second one. Microwave. 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 Ooh. Yummy. Oh, let me bring this with me. You have one in your inventory, but I'm saving that one for a special occasion. God damn it. Okay. Gonna have to stand this upright first. No, 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 no. By God, I'm gonna make it. Or I'm gonna fucking die trying. Stand up. Up. Fuck. Hold shift before grabbing to pull heavy objects. Thank you. For fuck's sake. This is fucking awful. Oh my God. Oh, this is bloody dreadful. Bloody dreadful. I'm too tired. No. I'm on fire! Oh, hey. All in a day's work. Woo! We did it. Hooray. Great job. Thank you. Where's the crowbar? Hey. Let's go. Freeman. Hi, hello there, Freeman. Freeman. Disc. Onwards to get the hook. What's the hook? There's a hook? Wait, is that what I think it is? Is that RAM? Protogens be like. I don't know where it went. Also, all of my discs are scattered. What was I doing again? I'm gonna be honest. Oh, right. Import. Take out. Smack. Import. Smack. Import. Process. Fuck. Wait. Nice. Process. Oh, import. Process. Where'd my clock go? Whatever, I'm so over it. I'm over it. I'm Freeman. Good, Freeman. Freeman. Why, hello there, Freeman. Day 8. Woo! Alright, I'm fucking done with this game. I've accomplished my goal. We've become the Freeman. I don't know what the fuck, man. I just got home from work, my lord. You're still going, oh, I better get off. I better get off. Right now. Careful, don't hit your head with the crowbar. You can't tell me what to fucking do. What if I want to hit my head with a crowbar? You know who I am. Who do you think you are? Breaking news. Furry spotted breaking news with crowbar. That's right! And his name is Loskalog. Almost in 9 hours, jeez. Oh yeah, this was absolutely not meant to be a 9-hour stream. This was absolutely not meant to be a 9-hour stream. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit. I'm so tired. I am so tired. Let me see something. My eyes closed. My eyes aren't closed. My eyes are open. Even my character is fucking tired. I felt that. I'm tired. Just got off a 12-hour shift. God. God damn. God damn, bro. That's a long shift, my dude. But you're securing the bag. I respect it. I respect it. And now time to play some Beat Saber before bed. Oh, you're a trooper. Okay. Let me see. Who is streaming on Twitch? Who is streaming? Actually, if I wait like a few more minutes, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait a few more minutes. There's someone who's gonna go live who I know is gonna go stream. Fucking good lord, man. What am I even doing today? Hold on. Let me actually. This is actually a terrible time to stop. I never even. Oh no, I need to sleep actually. I didn't hand in the things for whatever. I'm over it. I'm about to lose power in the middle of the night. I never hit that transformer. We're kind of fucked. Tell you what, this save, I'm burning this save. This save sucks. Everything about this sucks. What is happening? Oh, it's raining. I got so fucking scared for a second. I'm like, aliens? Are these aliens? Good lord, man. And we're back. In the middle of the fucking night. Literally in the middle of the night. It's a great time for you to consider streaming Beat Saber. I don't know about that. I do not know about that one. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I'm gonna keep it a stack. What in the fuck? Oh! Why did I just fall over? What is that? What is that? What is that? Holy shit, they're real. Holy shit. Holy shit. The transformer. We're about to lose power. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I left the ATV outside. Wait, where is the ATV? He's just standing there. Menacingly. What do I do? 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 Have you played Changed? I have not. I don't know what that is. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, fuck, everything's breaking, everything's breaking, everything's breaking, everything's breaking, everything's breaking, and I can't go outside because there's a fucking alien out there. Oh my god, we're about to lose power. I don't want to be here, man. I don't want to fucking be here. I don't want to fucking be here. This place sucks. This place sucks. The clock's in charge now. I'm hiding. I have a crowbar and I'm not afraid to go Gordon Freeman on here. Oh my god, go away. How do I get him to go away? Oh, this would be a great time to have a Molotov. I've got a hammer. What if I just throw something in? I really need him to fuck off. Standing on a pallet? Is that a mannequin? Hang on. No, I heard alien sounds. Might have underthrown that. Hang on, I'm out of battery on my flashlight. You know what? I'm not fucking scared of you. Oh. Fight me, you bitch! Oh god. I just want to put it down, Jesus. Am I getting pranked? What's happening here? This is a shit prank. Well, fuck. God, it's 3 in the morning. Oh god, I missed the fucking window. And my radio's down. Man, I hoped it was aliens. This whole fucking facility is falling to shit, man. I don't want to stay here and fix this. This place sucks. Whatever, man. Okay, you might not know what changed is, but as a furry, you gotta know Puro. Changed is the game Puro is from. Okay. I didn't know what changed was before, but you mentioned Puro. I do know what game that is. I know what you're talking about. I just forgot that what the game was called. But yeah, I know what that is. I'm fucking terrified though, man. That actually spooked the shit out of me. Cause like you heard it too. There was like alien stuff. He was like, who does that? Why is he just on a pallet? I should fucking take that light, man. That's a useful ass light. Man. Now I really don't want to be here. Okay. We're leaving. I'm gonna sit my ass right here. Fucking god, man. About the game, I did not realize what kind of game it was till I encountered some questionable stuff. Oh yeah, homie. That shit has a reputation. I need to fucking calm down my soul. Okay. Alright, now we're actually out of here. I refuse to stay in this fucking save. I refuse to stay in this save, in this station, in this fucking game any longer. Shit sucks. This doesn't actually suck. I like this game, actually. It's fun. Oh boy. Granted, I did find out I was playing the game wrong majority of the time, but whatever, it's fine. Where do I get this game? On itch.io. You can just Google Voices of the Void and it should be the top result. I think it's on itch.io. It's on its own website. It's not on Steam. I couldn't find it, but I only also checked Steam. Yeah, it's not on Steam. You have to get it from the dev's website. Oh hell yeah, I love that site. Yeah, and it's free. It's a free game. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Oh, my spine. Okay. Okay, we're out of here. Thank you so much to everyone who joined in for the stream. This has been fun. This is Voices of the Void. Yeah. I'm fucking tired, man. I'm out of here. Fucking aliens, man. Fucking aliens. Have a good eat, Blue. No problem. Thank you so much, Base Wolf. Also, hi, Base Wolf. Who notices you? Alright, everyone. Can you guess who we're gonna raid? If you like Skull Dogs, you're gonna like this next guy. Alright. This is Lethragar. You know him, you love him. Fellow Skulldog. Australian cowboy. Need I say more? He's playing Hades. Yeah, send some love. I need to think of a raid message. Oh, dang. I think I just canceled it by accident. I'm a goofy goober. What should I make the raid message? It's how about raid messages people says hi. No. I have an idea. Have an idea. I have an idea. As soon as this fucking client works. I forgot how to spell alien. What am I, crazy? Google. Fix autocorrect my fucking awful fucking words, please. Oh shit, it's about to start. Guys, that's the raid message. That's the raid message. Go.
Bad days. Oh, another raid. Welcome on in, Blue Skull Dog. Howdy. Speaking of adorable puppies, how was your stream, Lou? Welcome on in. What were you streaming? Can we get a shout out going for Blue Skull Dog? If you like Skull Dogs, which, you know, I'm assuming you do because you're here, you should absolutely go and give Blue Skull Dog a follow right now. They were last seen playing Voices of the Void. Ooh. Now that's a fun one. Everyone go and give Lou a follow over there. Welcome on in, Raiders. Whoa, rats. Hang on, hold that thought. I'm just gonna blow some rats up quickly. But yeah, Raiders, if you don't know who I am, my name's Lethragar, and I'm also a Skull Dog.